Hello, everybody. How's it going? Welcome in. How's everyone doing? What's up, Oshik? Welcome in. So today, we are working on the GMTK jam. I joined up in a team with a bunch of other people. We got Adagon. We're talking about that. We're talking to Adagon last stream, so yeah. The theme for the jam this year is a loop. So we spent some time this morning coming up with a concept. So the idea is that it's going to be like Snake, you know, go around, collect the apples, but in order to actually collect food, you have to form like a loop, right? Normally that's like a bad thing in Snake, but this time it's the way that you play. So yeah, I think it should be cool. We're gonna be mainly doing art stuff today. We may also dabble in some other stuff. We may perhaps possibly mess with some Starground stuff. There's also another little project that I'm working on, which we may take a look at. Assuming that we have time in between drawing assets for the jam, so we'll see. But yeah. So what we do on the mirror board where we imprison each other? Yeah, basically. That's basically what it is. We've got a little prototype. I'm pulling changes right now so we can, I'll show you guys what we got going on. It doesn't have any assets yet, but that's what I'm here for. Alright, let's reload. So this is what we got going on. I think the tile size was changed, so we're gonna do 24 by 24 tiles. Yes. So now if we go ahead and launch it, we can take a gander. Whoa, 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 I wasn't ready. So this is what we got going on right now. The camera slightly moves around. I'm not doing any of the programming. Other people are working on that stuff. Seems to be moving very fast. It might be hard to form meaningful loops at this speed. So we'll figure all that out when we get to gameplay balancing stuff. So yeah, we're gonna be working on the like tiles and stuff right now, I think is the main thing. It looks like we take damage when we hit the... That's probably not supposed to happen. I may have found some bugs already. I just went down. Here, let me relaunch it and show you what I did. I just went down, that's all I did, and I hit the wall. And then I, like, go beneath the world. Does that happen on every other direction, or just going down? Let's see. Okay. Yeah, that needs to be fixed with the knockback. It's janky. What's this game? This is the game that we are working on for GMTK 2025. It's a game jam. So the whole concept behind it is it's kind of like Snake, but you want to form like loops around food and also enemies when we get to that. So yeah. We're going to be doing the assets, the visual assets. So yeah, up seems to be fine. But any other direction breaks, and then I'm trapped. Oh, that's weird. I can... Oh yeah, it's all screwed up. Also, I think there's some weirdness with the camera. It doesn't seem to be like following the snake properly. Also, the health is going negative. I mean, I know there's still more work to be done. I'm not complaining or anything, but yeah. Camera moves in the same direction as Snake does. Yeah, well, I think after the knockback happened, it was like weirdly offset. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So thank you for the spin. Like I hit up. Maybe it's just because I was out of the bounds of the world or something. I don't really know. But yeah, it's just like, see, it's like, even though I'm going down, the camera's shifting up. So something's weird with that. Also, I don't know how I feel about the camera as it is right now. I feel like it's really hard to tell where the boundaries of the world is, because I like start approaching it, but it looks like there's gonna be like more or something until I actually get there. I don't know, this is minor stuff. We'll work on this more later. But yeah. We're just gonna focus on getting the land tiles set up. Yeah, canvas experimental at the moment, and also move less, but tile size increased. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just, we'll get around to that later. Yeah, it's broken. Alright, so, tiles. I think one important thing with snakes is being able to kind of tell your position relative to the thing that you're trying to collect. So, like... I've seen snake games where there's no distinction between each tile, and it's really difficult to play because, like, it's just you can't really tell if the position of your head relative to the tiles, like, where you are. Right? So it's like your snake head is here, and here's your body or whatever. And you know, like, each segment of your body, but there's just, like, food over here. So it's like, how do you... it can be hard to line it up because you have to be like, okay... try there, and then you miss it. It's just, it's not really fun. It's more frustrating than anything. So I think I want to, for the tile set, kind of I want it to kind of be like a grid, but not too obnoxiously so, you know. Let's do 24 times 10 or whatever. Let's just do 40. So let's just start drawing tiles in here. So yeah, we're going to do a tile size of 24 by 24. Too zoomed in. Right there. So I guess the first zone we're going to kind of be in is just a grass area, right? Yeah, so let's just draw some grass. The theme is loop, so that's what the game's going to be based around. Also, I need to go get our palette. I'm using the Starground palette right now. This is a random one I picked out, which I think looked pretty nice. I was like, let's try it out. Can I use a hex file in here? We have to figure this out. So let's unlock this, make sure it's saved. Now let's create a new one. Oh, that's a new color swatch. Palette name. I haven't actually used another palette here before. Add. I'm not actually sure how to change my palette. Let me look it up. Okay. Yeah, how do I do this? Creating a new palette can be done by clicking the plus button. No, it doesn't. Oh, there we go. That's where the palettes are. Okay. We got it all figured out now. So we just click on here. We have the Starground palette there. We are going to import a new palette from a file. And I don't know what kind of file we need for this. There's all those ones, .ase. Is there one for that? Yeah, there is right here. So let's see if that does what we want. Yes. There we go. So now we got the palette right here. Cool. I don't really like how all of these colors, though, are just in one line. It's whatever. All right, so land. Let's do our actual green color now. So we don't have a whole lot of green colors. I mean, we've got enough. But yeah. And we do have, like, this color, which is pretty bright, but I think it's fine. So just thinking about what tiles we want here, we're gonna just draw a bunch of variations with like flowers or whatnot on top. But let's see here. I think there's a couple ways we could go about doing like the grid tile. So the first one is kind of how Starground is, where it's got like the checker pattern kind of overlaid on top. So here, if we look at the image of Starground here, the land tiles in Starground has like this checkerboard pattern where every other tile is like kind of slightly darker. And it works because it's not like too noisy. right? But it still kind of gives you an indication as to where, how things line up. So we could kind of do something like that. One option is to do, like, let's just experiment with some patterns here. Where's my pencil tool? All right, there's no pencil tool. I forgot. Like, I don't know. I just want to see what this looks like. Nice soft green, some saturation. Yeah. Then what we could do is this. Have, like, each row alternates between bright and dark. This almost is like a plaid pattern or whatever. I don't know if this is actually what we want to go for, but it's one option. Obviously, it wouldn't be this intense. We wouldn't do like we wouldn't hard bake these colors into the tile set. What we would do instead is actually just have another tile map layer on top over this one that would kind of change the transparency a little bit, probably. So this is one option. It kind of gives you like a it's really easy to tell where a given pixel is on this grid, because it's like, okay, my head is here. I know that it's like on this between these two intersections of the brights, the bright rows and columns. Whereas like here, you know, it's just easy to line things up. So, you know, that's one possibility. But this would be way less intense, so it'd almost be something more like if we just lowered the contrast in this region and go to like filters, something in here, colors, adjust contrast, maybe levels and then change contrast. I don't know. I really haven't done stuff like this in Krita yet. That looks pretty terrible, but I don't know how to change contrast in Krita. Filter, enhance, edge detection, colors, blurs. There's HSV adjustment. Is there no... I have no idea how to do it. Artistic, pixelize, color balance. I'm surprised there's just no, like, contrast thing. What is this, different color channels? I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, I don't know. But that might be a little too noisy, I think. So... we can probably just do... I guess the other option is to do like a full, like, kind of hard outline on these tiles. So we do something like this. You know? And that would work. But, I don't know, it might be a little too grid-like. It would look kind of like this. I mean, it's not terrible, but maybe a little bit much. One thing I think we also experimented with at one point in Starground was doing this. Or we had like corners. So you could still kind of see like where the tiles were, but it doesn't like, it's not too distracting. So kind of like this. And I don't mind this too much. We could do some anti-aliasing in the corners, or try at least, just so that it's not as annoying. Do you like an asset outline? It's a style choice though, yeah. I don't know. So yeah, I mean, our options are this with like the corners, the corner pluses, full-on thick outline, or we do like a checker pattern or something kind of like that. But yeah, regardless what we do, I definitely want there to be an easy way to tell like positionally where you are, because otherwise it starts to be not fun if it's always just a complete guess as to where, like, because when you're all the way down here and your food is up here, it's just really hard to judge that, like, your vertical position relative. But you see with this checker pattern that, like, in Krita, you can tell that, like, you can look at this and be like, okay, this one's over on the right side of where I am. So it's just a lot easier to tell where you're at. Yeah, something like this, and then I don't know how we would anti-alias this, though. This is a somewhat limited color palette. The gray does not work. That doesn't work. I don't know. I mean, this wouldn't be terrible. I mean, what if we just went full orb with it? It would almost be like a... I mean, that could be interesting. Let's take a look at what that would look like if we just did, like, that. I just want there to be something. So this would be just like a little dot grid. And we can experiment with these. I have the editor open so we can load these in and see. I don't know. Let's just start like seeing what these actually look like, right? I'm just gonna save this as the tile set. So where are we at? In here, GMTK. Source art. And call this one grass, I guess. And we're gonna have to fill in the other one over here. I'll make sure to be careful about overriding that by accident if I pull changes. So this is what this looks like with the dots. I don't mind it too much, but let's try the others. So let's do the full outline, you know. And one option is, well, no, that won't work. Never mind. Because these tiles are random. So this is just what full outline would look like. But yeah, I mean, this is too much though, right? That's the issue with this. It's like, no. It's not gonna work. So hey, welcome in. The theme of GMTK this year is a loop. So that's the game we've got to make. Here, just to test right now, I'm going to delete this second tile. Because I'm tired of it. And we're going to settle this to the same tile in here. Oops. Okay. Now we can go really edit this. What about like a pop art thing with comic book dots? Maybe. We can try it just to see. Let's see what this looks like though. Just with the, yeah, I mean, it's just not really, I don't know, not the vibe I really want to aim for. Might have to do checkerboard with this. I don't know how we would do like a comic book dot thing. If I'm being completely honest. But Okay, so yeah, theme command. How's it going, Ryan? The theme is loop, so we gotta make that work. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else we can do other than, I mean, checkerboard pattern works, I think. I don't really have any gripes with it. The other option is that we have something in the center of each tile. That's just a little bit of like a... just an indicator. But this doesn't work. When you think of time loop, but I'm sure there's not enough time for something like that. Well, we discussed time loop, but the thing is everybody's gonna do time loop. Literally, that's the first thing that comes to everybody's mind. I even brought it up to my mom. That was the first thing she said. She's like, "Oh, like time loop?" So yeah, we're probably not gonna do that. But it's fine. Just because I think a big part of Game Jam stuff is doing things that not everybody's going to be doing. Because we want to win. We want to win big. So. Yeah, this is tricky to get these to look right and fitting in with the palette. So I think checker pattern is probably going to be the situation here. I don't know how else we're really going to do it. So let's go ahead and get that set up a little bit. We'll have to create another tile map layer for the for that, but yeah. And let's go ahead and give this the just kind of a transparent black square. So opacity on this will be really low. Well, actually, let's just do full opacity, and then we'll just change the opacity of the checkerboard layer, right? So we do that, and now we go here, and oh, whoops. And we'll probably generate this procedurally. It's pretty easy too. You just have to get the modded position or whatever. Now we can go into visibility and boom. Let's stop doing that. There we go. So that's what we end up with. And we can change this to be however dark we want. Now we can also change what those like dark regions actually look like, right? So the way I have it set up in Starground, at least, is that they're kind of rounded like that. So we can see what that looks like in here. And it's not bad, but we could also like try some more wacky designs, right? It's like, what if we did one that was just empty? What would that look like? You know? So that's kind of an interesting vibe. It's weird. It almost looks random. I know it's not, but... So stuff like that could look cool too. You could do that, or even give it like a little shape in the center or something. Looks like a dice. This is a Snake game? Yes, it is. That's going to be kind of like Snake, but a little different in the sense that it's going to have enemies, which is going to change up the gameplay quite a bit. The whole idea is that you have to like loop around your food instead of just running into it with your head. You're like capturing it, if that makes sense. I think something like this could be interesting. It definitely, like, I don't want to just make the game look like Starground, you know? So I do kind of want to avoid that. But this still kind of gives you like the grid vibe without making it too annoying. We just have to make sure that the transparency of this is pretty low so that it's not too distracting. Maybe we even go less. Let's draw the rest of these tiles. I'm gonna select these and just copy and paste. Could probably make like a brush for this or whatever. I think you can do that in Godot. There's like a brush section. But this is just for testing right now. Alright, it's like that. Now set this down to 10. So this is what this looks like. It's not bad. We need to keep messing around with it and add in more variations and stuff, right? But this kind of pattern I think could work. It's not too distracting, but it gives it just a nice little bit of like a grid-like texture. So it's kind of easier to tell where things are. So if you have like an item or whatever on this tile right here, you can be like, okay, boom, I know where that like food is relative to my head a little bit easier. So yeah, I think it'll work. Always love the Ouroboros, that helps anchoring. Yeah, yeah, the Ouroboros. That's kind of the whole like idea of this, is that you're forming like a circle snake, right? You're trying to make a loop out of yourself. No, we did not do this in 30 minutes. I'm not actually doing a whole lot of programming this time. I'm mainly just doing art stuff. That's technically my official role or whatever, but yeah, I didn't do this. This is I think mostly Adagon is programming, doing all the programming. Oh, that was weird. It's still some funny bugs. And this snake is moving too fast. Let's go look at the code. I wonder if it's taking... It is taking into account delta time, at least it looks like it. And move snake, that's just moving head position minus whatever. Might actually be fixed if pull recent changes. Okay, cool. Also, by the way, I do need to modify the world scene, because I think I'm going to add another tile map layer on top for this, like to have another layer for the, this checkerboard kind of pattern. I don't want to accidentally cause any conflicts, so, you know, I don't know if I should just leave it to you to modify the world scene so I don't mess up anything, but yeah. Let me go ahead and... Let's see, I already have it open in here, so it should be okay if I pull changes. Are you just straight up committing to main, or are you, like, creating branches and merging? Yeah, let's go ahead and pull. Did basic stuff to main, gonna start branching? Yeah, okay. What is this? Onion skin? Whoa. I think that's a new thing in GitHub or something. Ah, yeah, there we go. Two-player snakes was my very first games. Ah, nice, yeah. I had it set up with plane seats, and it would play the Samuel L. Jackson sample from Snakes on a Plane. Oh, yeah. That's funny. Alright, let's try this out now. There we go. Play working. Bug alert, Adagon. I don't know what happened this time. I think I went down the moment I hit the right side. I think what I did is that. And I went down like right at the same moment, and then I started to freak out. Let me see if I can replicate it. Yeah, I did it. So I think what that is it's a mismatch between the direction and the calculated direction vector. Because you change that in here, it used to just be down, right? Down at here or whatever, the knockback. So I think what's happening is that I'm tapping to change my direction, but the knockback vector that's calculated here is still based off of... Or I think what's happening here is that this is based off of my new current direction, even though technically the side that I collided with is from my last direction. Yeah. Although you do have last movement direction here. Yeah, I must have been able to force it to change somehow, so... Well, I'll let you look into that. I'm gonna make a branch for this new tile map layer. This art is definitely not final. This is just took 2 seconds to do, but I just want to get started on this. Also, is this the head sprite right here? This initial sprite? I presume it is. The initial body count, add body part. Yeah, head. Where's head position? Okay, head is equal to just head. Okay. Just making sure. I'm gonna go ahead and make a branch here. I'm just gonna rename that to like head so that I know it's the... Well, I mean, I guess it's under the head, but everything else is... Where are these being added to? Oh, body's a separate node. Okay. Well, we don't need to change that then. All right, I'm going to set this as an overlay. Also, something that we're going to have to do is give this depth ordering. So I'm going to need all of this to be depth ordered, probably. Or Y sorting, whatever. So let me make that change. So what do I got here? New grass, and just the changes to the world. I'm going to make a branch for this. Just call this tile map change, whatever. Bring my changes. And I'm gonna publish this branch and go merge it. So on, let's commit here. Add tile map overlay. Bing. Commit. Publish. Push changes. All right, now let's go make a pull request. So I want to merge that one into main. Yes. Just click this again. Oh yeah. Pull request is up. I'm gonna let other people accept the pull requests because it's just good to do it that way. Also, I'm gonna add some new issues here. So let's do tile map. And that's in progress. I'm also gonna do food sprites. Boom. We'll get working on that in just a second here. Hey, Maxulus, welcome in. What am I up to? What's the idea? So this is a jam I'm working on, GMTK 2025, and we're currently just messing around with art stuff right now. Kind of got a tile set started here. I'm gonna start adding in like different variations and stuff, so it doesn't look boring. So we could do one with like just some blades of grass on top. Grass. I can give that a little bit of an outline, but nothing too crazy, you know. And we just got to keep making variations. Might go back and change some of these. We'll see. I'm just going to copy this as our base tile. I wish I could, like, activate some kind of grid overlay. Maybe there is a way to do that. Let's go look it up. Grid overlay. Show grid. Where is that on? Filter view, settings, dockers, grid and guides. There we go. Show grid. There we go. That helps a lot, actually. Are we snapping the grid right now? Snap the grid. As a subdivision. Oh yeah, just keep one. Alright. So the idea is... I don't know where I am. Is, it's kind of like Snake, but instead of just ramming your head into the food to collect it, you have to create a loop around it. The theme of the jam is loop, so I should kind of give you a indicator as to the direction we're taking with it. Also, it looks like the camera thing is still happening, by the way, Adagon. Yeah, you can see as I get damaged up here, the camera is now permanently offset above me. So, yeah, it's all good. Just letting you know. Let's see, did that get merged in? Am I gonna merge my own changes? I mean, I don't want to mess up anybody's stuff, but... Okay. I just don't know, like, if what kind of practices we're following with this stuff, because sometimes, like, you do, only other people are allowed to merge your changes and stuff. Or it was mostly just for merge conflict handling? Yeah, should be okay. What we need to do is, like, break up all these different nodes into separate scenes so that we don't have so many conflicts. So, like, the snake we should save as its own scene so that I can edit the snake and mess with the sprites without having to, like, overwrite the entire world. So, yeah, probably just something good to do. Let's keep messing with these sprites. So, I'm just going to create a bunch of different, like, grass tiles. We could also do some funny shader stuff, which honestly maybe would be good. We'll see. This one will just be kind of sparse. Let's do one with big grass. Ooh. And I'll probably do some anti-aliasing around here. We'll see what direction we want to take with like all the coloring and stuff. I'm just getting some basic sprites done. These might be too contrasty. I don't want them to look like items you can collect or something, so we do have to kind of be on the lookout for that also. So yeah, we'll see. Let's just do like another variation here. All right, let's see what that looks like in game when we scatter them around. Just so we can start kind of getting an idea. Okay, Godot. That's on scattering 0. Obviously way too many grass tiles, but we can just lower that number, set the scattering to 10 or something. That doesn't look too bad, I think. Looks kind of nice. Just adds in a little bit of detail around. So I think we can keep messing around with that. I don't think it's too distracting. We'll make the like items really obvious. Is anybody actually handling the item stuff yet? Where's my tab? In here. Sprite, snake sprite, food. Yeah. Well, see, I guess we should assign these things to ourselves. So tile map, I will assign to myself. Food sprites, assign to myself. And I'll assign that to Wakara. So what do we got in here? How do we get it so we can show the little, like, who it's assigned to? Oh, it does. I guess it just needs to update or whatever. Okay. Yeah. I ain't changed my icon. I can't tell who I am. Where's like my... Here we go. Let's go find a cool image to use. Probably shouldn't use some weird bald picture of me, I guess. I can go use the Big Boy Games logo. It's in here somewhere. I always just grab it from here because it's convenient. Maybe it's not convenient anymore. It used to be when there wasn't that many images in there, but now there's a lot. Okay. There we go. Cool. Oh, this is still open? I guess it didn't close it. Let's close that now. Alright. That's good now. Okay. Let's draw an apple. Yeah, I merged it, I'm pretty sure. I did... It shows right here, merge pull request from tile map change into main. So I think it's updated. I can just make sure really quick that it's in here. Tile map layer overlay, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't auto-close it, that's why I was like, that's odd. But I guess you have to manually do that, so whatever. Also delete that branch now, I don't need it. Yeah, right? It's weird. Well, it's not a huge deal. Let's go ahead and draw a apple. So it's going to be 24 by 24. And we're kind of aiming for a top-down perspective. We didn't actually, like, specify that we're doing that, but we just kind of started doing it, so I presume we're just on the same page. Let's get a general shape for the apple. I kind of like to make things not like a perfect circle when it comes to stuff like this, right? Because it's supposed to be like an organic thing. Sometimes it looks odd if your sprites are perfectly symmetrical, so we'll keep it a little rough. I do love these like red and orangey colors in this palette. They're very very nice. They kind of remind me of like a peach, you know. So we'll have the... And that's way too much over here. Let's do that. And just so it looks more like an apple and less like a peach, let's probably, maybe I'll make it kind of have like a divot, right? So it'll kind of like go down here. At least maybe just a little bit. Something like that, we'll figure it out. And let's have a leaf maybe around right here. This will be larger. I realize this palette doesn't really have brown, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. Okay, and let's do all this. And I'll make this have like a little bit of a base here, almost sort of like that. We'll see. I might leave this little bit of like an edge lighting over here, but I'll see how that looks in game. Probably. Let's do... Oh, I deselect. Yeah, I got it. Apple. Yeah, we'll make this dark over here. It's gonna look weird, I think, otherwise. This is basically done. Let's just outline it. I don't know what color we're doing for outlining, but I presume this dark color? Yeah. We'll probably change the shape of this a little bit more. Hey, Ezra, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What are you up to today on your stream? We are currently partaking in a game jam. This is the GMTK game jam. It's going good. We're just drawing some assets and stuff. This is just a little apple. We're also... Oh, you're also working on GMTK. Awesome. Cool. Nice. How's it been going so far? What idea do you have planned out? Let's give this a little bit of a shadow here. Got some design done, art done, some basic resource code set up. Nice. It's good stuff. I'm doing magic as code idea. Okay. I have to spell, or you have a spell book that plays the magic in a loop. Nice, yeah. Each slot is a magic element. Okay. It's pretty cool. Yeah, with the kind of game that we're doing is like a snake. I can go ahead and load it up and show you guys what we got going on. Let's just get back to this apple in a minute. Yeah, it plays one at a time, so slots are locked. Okay, nice. That's cool. Yeah, I'll have to hop into one of your streams one of these days and check out what you got going on. Probably tomorrow. I'm not streaming then, so yeah, that's awesome. So what we're working on right now is it's kind of like good old Snake. I'm sure all of you know what Snake is. But the whole idea is that it's going to be like tying into the loop theme is in order to collect food and stuff, you have to actually form a loop with your body. Right? So it's interesting because, like, you know, the classic thing of Snake is never run into your own body. But I think it's cool to actually make that a real mechanic, you know. So yeah, I think it'd be cool. We're also planning on doing like enemies and stuff like that. So the way you would attack the enemies and deal with them is looping around them to deal damage. So I think it could be pretty cool. So yeah. Right now I'm mainly doing the art stuff. I mean, I can also do programming stuff if need be, but I think we're good on that department right now. So yeah, I'm just working on getting assets ready to go. This is an apple. Crazy. I think it looks okay. I wish I could. It needs like some more anti-aliasing or something. Could do a little bit here. I actually don't like how that looks though. It looks terrible. Let's not do that. Yeah, it's hard sometimes working with a really limited palette like this because it like it's hard to do. There's no like in between colors between this one and the. But I think it's probably for the better. So thank you for the follow, Vorgu. I appreciate it. So yeah, I'm doing the art with one other person. So yeah, they're currently working on like the asset for the snake right now. I'm gonna be focusing more on the environment and also like objects and stuff. I just don't do anti-aliasing or blending in that size. That's totally fair, yeah. Let's think here. I tend to do like shadow stuff. I mean, so like this stem would be casting a shadow right there. Yeah. Snooze that ad. Always heading out. Have a good stream. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. And have a good rest of your day. I wonder if we should do like some little, you know, specs. It could work. Just like a couple right there, maybe. We'll have to see what that actually looks like in game and stuff, but could be interesting. We're not going to be spending too much time on each individual object, but yeah. No, that doesn't need to be there. Sometimes you got to learn when to stop. Okay. Also, I don't know if we're really doing it, but I'll throw in a little bit of just doing a little bit of outline coloring. So just kind of around here in the spots that are a little bit brighter, maybe a tad bit behind is like a rim lighting thing. It looks kind of nice. I didn't know Krita. I'll download it right now. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy using Krita. If you're doing specifically just pixel art stuff, you can do A-Sprite, which just probably has a little bit more quality of life features for pixel art stuff, but yeah. Apple. You want to do some white? Yeah, that's true. I was thinking that I should probably do that. Just a little bit of shine. We can do like pop. Just a little bit. Maybe throw in a little bit more like that. No. That works. More white. I think the little bit of white like this is nice, although I don't like how this is. Makes it look like it's pillow shaded. I think that's pretty good. I need to see what it looks like in game. That's typically, you know, how I work. Is like, I plop it into the world and see what it looks like in the context of everything else. Because I think it's just easier that way. So here's our apple. I think it looks all right. And then what we can do is also add a shadow underneath it. I imagine we're going to do that. We could actually just do, I mean, I guess we'll do a pixel art shadow. It's whatever. Let's just go into here. Pop. Do a 24 by 24. Let's do slightly larger just so it kind of extends past the spot it's on. And then it's pretty easy. Just do this. Make it a circle. I forgot the... we have to do a selection tool here like this, and then we fill it in. It's weird how you have to do it in Krita. It's not the perfect thing for pixel art. So let's actually make this a little taller. Let's do like somewhere around there looks good, I think. Yeah. And I'll just call this Shadow X26. That's usually how I name all the shadows, is just the size of it as the name. Okay. Now we have our apple. We can add another sprite beneath it with our shadow. Change the ordering. Oh, everything's on the same order. We need to make both of these, the ordering be like -50 or whatever. There we go. And I typically like to do, if we go into visibility, make it a little less opaque. I don't know, something like that. I think will work. And this isn't really centered in the tile. Where's the center of the tile? So that's the center. We can figure out how we want to do the item offset, or we'll probably give it like a little bit of a vertical offset, so it's kind of like positioned more like that. It just looks more like it's in the center of the tile. So yeah. Let's snooze that again. 100 default angle. What I'm basically doing for the angle of the sun, I think is, well, actually, technically then if it's coming from that angle, the shadow would be more like that. But this object is round, so it's gonna kind of overhang a little bit over a top there. The angle of the sun is gonna be kind of coming in at, if you're thinking of this as top down, it's kind of like from this angle, like kind of around this region of the sprite, if that makes sense. So like things underneath will be cast in darkness, but, or I guess kind of more from the top right. I don't know, just that general direction. Yeah, just think what the perspective is. We're definitely going to be doing sort of a, like a, what I typically do, I think we're going to just be doing like the standard top-down. Think of a game like Stardew Valley, where it's almost like a 60-degree angle or whatever. It's not quite a 45. I mean, Stardew, I guess, is more of a strict 45. I'm thinking of doing more of a top view than a side view. So, like, if we're looking at this in terms of angle here, I need to create a new whiteboard. Like, if our object is here and our camera's up here, it's probably going to be kind of almost looking at this angle, right? So you can see a little bit of a side of the object, but then mostly the top. But yeah. Maybe something to hard lock in or on or right to be. You're saying like kind of like you're like make like a. I mean, I don't know. Usually I just use other assets as kind of my reference for when I am drawing stuff. So I think it'll be fine. I tend not to ever use like a template sprite or whatever, because it just depends on so much of what the sprite actually is. Yeah, I could add a nabob up and down. Oh yeah, definitely. Just like this. We'd have to keep the shadow sprites separate, but the item node would probably be a static body 2D, I presume, because we're going to be doing a physics collision with it. And then we could have like the two separate things. So this would be shadow. This would just be sprite 2D or whatever. And then we can just make the sprite on this object like this, bob up and down. Oh, it's all gonna be area 2D. Yeah, I mean, that works too. It's whatever you want to do. And that's how the item can move up and down. I can work on a shader for that if you, well, this won't really work as a shader. Yeah, this we would just do a position Y with sign, I imagine. So. Yeah, just up and down like that. I can do that little shine shader really quick, because I imagine we want to do that. So let's do that. I'm trying to think. I have one in Starground. I'm going to go look at that for how I did that. Unless you've already got one ready or something adding on, but yeah. Where even is that? It's like, what did I call it? Shine? Item? I thought I called it like item something. I don't even remember what it's called. Unless I never gave it a name and it's still just inside of the item scene. Check. Oh, I just call it highlight. Okay. What's the rules about using things that I've already made? Well, I guess that's allowed because we're using your all your components, so it's probably fine. Okay, so we're gonna make this. I'm probably gonna add another folder in here for loud, as long as it's not made only for the jam. Yeah. Okay. Where should I put like a shader folder? Do I just put it here? Just call it shaders? I imagine that's what we'll do. Apple. Yeah. Can we improve the red on the apple? It looks rotten. I mean, I can't really... We're using a palette, so it's just kind of is what it is unless we change the whole color palette, but I think it would be bad to do that right now. Since we're already drawing stuff. I think it's okay. And it only looks like that when it's in the context of all the other colors around. When you're just in the game window, I don't think it'll be a problem. Let's go into shaders. Call it. Oh, I'm opening a shader. What? Oh, yeah, that's fine. Canvas item. See, I use this shader in Starground. It works pretty well. Basically, all it does is it just takes this, it just does like a line across like that. You can see. But we're gonna change it. It's obviously way too... Let's up the speed, probably. Maybe 4. There we go. It helps a lot to get a little bit of a shine there. Also, we got an ad coming up in 1 minute. Gamers, I do apologize. How many colors like to? Yeah, we have like a limit on the colors here. This is a 16 color palette, so maybe 1 color in the ramp down. Do you mean kind of like a darker color in here for this, or do you mean the color in between the red and the orange here, like here? Oh, every color is 1 darker. I mean, we can see what it looks like really quick. Where's my thing? I mean, yeah. We could go darker if we feel that's the vibe. It is pretty dark, though. But I guess I could change the sprite around a little bit to use more of this color. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe a bit faster on the shine, wider. We could go a little bit wider with it. I guess this doesn't really scale up very fast, does it? Yeah. Maybe up to 8. To 50 or something. Sort of like that. I'll set these as the defaults in here so that it's already ready to go. But we can easily change it, of course. And this is gonna be Vec 0. I don't know, 0.1 or something. Option is cool, like that. Maybe a bit more up high. Like, I think I can change the direction a bit in here. It's just this. This is UVX minus UVY. Yeah, it definitely helps give it like a, you know, this is a thing that you can collect vibe, right? Shine really helps with that. Resize the apple? What size do you think we would change it to then? I mean, we can do whatever. I mean, I just have this set as the size of 1 tile. We can go smaller or bigger. It doesn't really matter. Enlargen it and shrink the animation. So make the apple bigger? I probably wouldn't go any bigger because the snake is going to be like the head size or whatever is the size of 1 tile. Oh, you mean like it grows and shrinks in a spot? Yeah, we can mess around with stuff like that. That would be inside a transform, and we could just do that. And attach that to a sine wave. Could be pretty cool. I'll have to discuss like stuff like that with Volcara. Just because I don't know like what the stance is on if we're being like super true to everything being pixel perfect or not, but yeah, we'll see. But I personally don't mind. Yeah, right. I personally don't mind breaking pixel scaling. Also, ads are over, everybody. Welcome back. I do it all the time, constantly, in Starground, because I think it's fine. We don't live in the 80s anymore, so why not take advantage of the ability to do cool stuff like this and break scaling? So I think it's totally fine. But obviously, it's not only up to me, so I'll just make sure. But yeah. Should I get if they're on the other row and run across it and triggers, but I think we're doing specific box hits. Yeah. You the snake itself not following it. Yeah, like I think it's okay. I personally like the look of that more. Also, something that I noticed with how the snake is moving right now, and what Volcara's got going on. The snake here is almost more of like a tile set. I don't know. So we'll have to figure that out. We might have to change the snake to be more of like segments instead of being one like merged sprite. So we'll see. Yeah, expect to be disjoint. Can just times match connections. Yeah, should be fine. Yeah, we can do whatever works. But yeah, okay, got apple. I can easily change the color to be darker if we think that's the vibe, but I'm gonna wait until we kind of have more sprites together to really see. Let's keep adding stuff to the tile set. The animations bob to the beat, it's godsend too. Yeah, it would be cool if we could time stuff like that with the music. We'll have to see. We don't have any music yet, but we could probably get that set up. I'm still conflicted about how I feel about the transparent outline tile with the checker. I don't know, maybe solid would feel better. I just worry about like, I don't know, unless we do something different. I mean, this can look like whatever we want. We could do, I don't know, just as an experiment, right? For fun. It's like the Smash logo or whatever. Not that, but you know, we can change it to whatever shape we want. I don't know. We could also do something like this where it's kind of just the corners, and that's something I was thinking about. Let's see, I messed up everything here. Just to see what this looks like. I don't know if this is what we would actually do, but... It is weird. But, I mean, it's a cool pattern, but it's not what we want, yeah. Unless it is what we want. It is kind of a cool pattern. I don't know. Nah, it looks like a diamond, you know, like the diamond metal grating or whatever. Another option is to shrink this so it's kind of more of a, like, a small square in the center instead of being like the entire tile. So we could do something like this. Get a, what is this? Is it S for, it's Shift R for rectangle, okay. I gotta get better at credit, guys. So thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Like this. And we can increase the size of that more. I mean, that's pretty small. I definitely would love to do some shader stuff for this game, because I think shaders always look awesome in game jams. It just adds so much, like, liveliness to everything, you know? So maybe we do that. Or something like this could work too, where the checker pattern is kind of, it's got like really big gaps between the corners. And maybe a little less, yeah, opaque. Almost that kind of look. So I bet this depth ordering is not working, huh? It might be. No, it's not. Yeah, we gotta work on making the depth ordering work. Yeah, let's just keep drawing in different sprites and whatnot, little flowers, and just make the grass look more interesting. And just keep working on more items. You got PS1 games utilize shaders. Yeah, shaders are so cool. There's so many different things you can do with them. I've been doing a lot of shaders for Starground, and yeah, the stuff that you can do is pretty crazy. Oops. Alright, so what's next on here? Let's do a flower. I don't know what I want the flower to look like. I'll decide that in a minute. No, it looks terrible and stupid. Let's do... I like how the double thick flower looks, but not if it's gonna look stupid. Unless we go big with it. And then this would have to be larger like that. And then this would just be... I mean, that could kind of work. So hey, Ratsa, welcome in. GMTK is Game Maker's Toolkit. He's like a YouTuber, and he does a game jam every year. But yeah, that's what we're working on today. We are the game we're working on. It's kind of like a snake, but to collect food and stuff, you have to make a loop around the items. So you have to like move your body around, see like that, to make like a circle around what you're trying to collect, like this. And then as soon as you do that, it'll like activate the thing or whatever. So in the case of food, it'll just collect the food. And we're also going to be adding enemies and stuff into this game, so I think it'll be pretty cool. There's going to be like combat, so in order to deal damage to enemies, you have to make a loop around them. I wonder what it would look like with like a lot of body segments, just for fun. Let's up the initial body count to like 80. Draw sunflower, we could do that. Yeah. So you can get some really insane loops like this. There's so many loops. That's like the thing we were arguing about this morning, about like the proper algorithm to do the looping stuff. Do you still feel like flood fill from the corners of the screen is probably going to be the play? I really don't think the performance impact will be a big deal. It's really, like, in the grand scheme of things, a very minor calculation. It also does mean that we can always get a perfect region for what is a loop and what is not, right? The corners thing is cool, but when you get into, like, crazy stuff like this, where it's, like, super dense squares everywhere, I just don't know how feasible it is to calculate all that, right? Like, because this is just crazy. There's, like, a million little squares. So we'll see. I'm totally down to help implement the flood fill from the corner algorithm. I mean, it's really easy. It's just loop through each tile and surrounding tile and keep checking. It's funny to get that bug. Let's see. Chrono Trigger music, yeah. If enemies we need a skill or something, we dig below earth on spot and reset in any spot and regrow. Like the snake goes underground. Should have limitations, like the snake can't enter a part of it that's parallel to itself, only perpendicular. Yeah. We'll definitely define that kind of stuff more as we like get more of a working version of the game set up. Because then we can actually start like feeling it out and being like, what actually is fun. My camera's a little messed up. Does my camera just keep moving up more and more? I feel like it is. I have no idea. Yeah, this is looking good. Let's keep drawing stuff. Yeah, snake would go underground and send its ends into it, and the new spawn point Yeah. We do only have 4 days for this game, so we do kind of have a limit on what we're able to achieve, you know? But we'll see. Don't know how annoyingly bright I want this flower to be. I don't want stuff to look like objects you're able to pick up, you know? I mean, I think it'll be fine because the items are going to be so over the top flashy that I think it's super obvious what's actually an interactable object. So I'm not super worried about it. Flower's not too bad. And then maybe over here we just have a small one or something. I do like the different sizes of flowers. It kind of makes it, spices things up a little bit. So we could have one that's like 2, like that. And then maybe another small one. And we'll change the colors of all these. They're not all going to be the same color. Maybe just go that color with that one. And the other petals here, we could have like some blue flowers. Well, that kind of blends in a lot, at least contrast-wise. And some dirt around the flowers. Yeah, I could add like a little bit of like a shadow or something underneath. We'll see. Let's see here. Let's make an orange flower. Already gives us quite a bit of flower variety, so. And we could give some of these like a little bit of a shadow. Just so they look a little more three-dimensional, you know? Kind of like that. We could add like a rock. Not too distracting of a rock, but just like a pebble in the ground, you know? That's our brightest gray, huh? Like that. Need brown in there. I'm trying to think of what would work for that, for brown. We don't really have a brown with this palette, so I don't know how we would really do that, if I'm being honest. We have 16 colors here, so... I mean, we can always augment the palette. It's not a big deal. If we think that we really need a brown here, we could, like, take one of these colors and kind of modulate it to be brown. We'd have to basically just turn this over to the other side like that. Probably desaturate it more. Like something like that, just so we have a brown color to work with. Maybe a little more in the... Yeah. Because then we can kind of still use the orangey colors probably to anti-alias. But it just lets us make things that look kind of brown. I don't know. We'll see. I don't think we quite need it yet. What other decoration could we put here? Maybe like, doesn't decoration stuff like this is kind of a... Like, you don't want to go too crazy. Everything that I'm kind of drawing over here, I don't want it to, like, be overly distracting. I don't know. I almost feel like we don't need another tile. Unless we just did some, like, really tiny rocks or something, right? We just did, like someone spilled their marbles. Could try it, just see what it looks like, I guess. Let's go ahead and go in here. Multi-terrain stuff. I mean, I don't know, we could do, like, we have water around, like we're on an island. But I don't know, that kind of, I don't know. That's, kind of a bigger decision. We'd have to figure out if that's the route we want to go. Alright, let's, reset this to the regular green. And now let's scatter these in. I think that looks okay. Although I think it's definitely, we need more grass than anything else. It's like that, and then keep the scattering on this really low. So it's just a couple of them sprinkled in like this. Because yeah, we don't really want too many of those things in there. What we can do actually is, so thank you for the follow, Cosmosis, appreciate it. You can paint the probability that these actually show up. So by default, it's all set to 1. But you can change this to be like 0.2 on each of the grass ones. And then like 0.01 or something on these. So then when you do the auto tiling and stuff, it'll follow that probability. So yeah. Garden fence outline would be cool. That would be cool, yeah. I mean, I'd be down to get that set up. It'd be pretty easy. Let's see what this looks like in game really quick. Although we don't have brown. Ah! I don't really like these little rocks. They look stupid. Let's get rid of them. Dark red could be used as brown? Probably, yeah. Just these two colors or whatever. I guess that's the whole point of a palette, is being creative in how you actually draw your things. I don't want to cheat, you know? What else could go here? What else do you find around the yard? Nah, we can just do some more grass. Just like some little tiny grasses. Can never have too much grass. Okay. Yeah, we could do a fence on the outside. It would be kind of cool. Let's draw that. It'd just be a nice, like, I don't know, reason for why you can't extend out past that area or whatever. Oh, there are butterflies? These little, the grass over here? So yeah, this is the coloring we'd have to do here. Which I guess it works okay. So let's see, we're gonna have like a post here that goes down indented. Go up. Something like that. Yeah, we can make that work. So then we'd have this would be sort of the top of the post. Well, I guess I'd have to do like this as the top. Kind of does look brown if you, like, in isolation, you know? I think it'll be okay. It kind of gets the idea across. Epic. I deleted everything. I gotta head out shortly. Curious though, before I go, what's your favorite song right now? What movie do you recommend I watch? Oh, you were thinking White Picket Fence vibe? Yeah, we could do that. I don't know, I always have a hard time, like, picking my favorite movie and stuff. I don't know. Favorite movie? Hard to say right now. My favorite song right now? I don't know. I like the variety. One that's pretty epic is the, we have it in the stream playlist. The Betty Botter song. I think it's called, yeah, Betty Botter Syndrome. It's from a Nintendo game. It's called, like, Learn English or something. But it's pretty good. Vibe with that. Yeah, practicing just on the DS. Nothing silly? I don't know. I like silly songs, so I have no idea. Yeah. But I guess that would be my pick right now. Okay, then this is all going to be outlined. Like this. So this is going to need another pixel gap. I kind of want to take a pixel off the top anyways, so... Boom. Boom. Yeah, that'll do. What movie is my most recommended? I think Wall-E goes pretty hard. He's fishing for credit card secret answers, I know, right? It's Wall-E with with an E, you know. The Disney movie. Or Pixar, whatever it is. I don't know. I don't like that there. We don't really need a darker color there. Okay, but now that this is shifted here, let's grab all this and go boom. Pilonidal cyst? I'm probably not going to look that one up, but, you know, appreciate it. Appreciate the offer. Yeah, I think I'll do this down here at the base. I think that works. And then we just have to make the other variations. So that's going to be the horizontal. We need the vertical one. And then that's basically it. And we'll have to do the corners, which shouldn't be too bad. So thank you for the spin. I appreciate it. So basically for the side ones, it's pretty easy. Just delete those. Just copy this color over here. Boom. And draw this on here like that. And we're done. So that's the vertical sprite. And then we need 4 for all the corner ones. So after Wall-E, what's next movie? I don't know, man. I don't know. That's always like such a hard question for me to answer. Because there's so many good movies and there's so many good songs and everything. All right, so that's one corner. That's going to be the bottom left corner. So thank you for the follow. Life's a skid. I appreciate it. We need the bottom right corner, which is going to be this one. Yeah, Oppenheimer's pretty good. Oppenheimer's a cinematic experience, you know. I do kind of wish I saw that in theaters, but it's fine. It was still really good just at my house. So that's the bottom right corner. And then I guess we can go ahead and just do this so it's a little like easier to tell what's going on. And then we need top right and top left or whatever direction it is. Which basically we just copy this and modify. So this is going to be top right, top left. Delete the extra bits that are stupid and bad. And then we just copy this and we're good to go. So that goes there. That goes there. Alrighty. So now we got a fence. So we can go into this tile map. Boom, 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 boom. And draw it in here. And then this is the vertical one. So this is bottom right. Yeah. Bottom left. Top right, top left. Like that. Now we've got a contained area. It's just been so dry because I watched all my movies. I did a Gene Wilder binge. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I finally got around. A little while ago, we watched whatchamacallit? Willy Wonka, like the original Willy Wonka. It's pretty good. I do recommend that movie. There's a lot of movies like that that I just haven't seen. Did that last night. Nice. Also, I think one thing that we're going to need for these tiles is, like, this needs to be, like, on dirt or something. Right? It kind of needs, like, something to signify that it's not grass. So I think we just select all this, give it this dirt color. Let's do this. And then we can create some edge variations for this up here for the grass to kind of make it bumpy like it's, you know. And I guess I'll go ahead and just make a dirt tile down here we can use for whatever. Gray around it, like, yeah, concrete. We'll see. I'm just gonna try the dirt first. And then, yeah, what we can do is just fill in the outer extents of the camera with dirt. Doesn't matter how far this goes or whatever. Okay. And then we just need, like, edge tiles around here for the boundary between the... Or I guess we can just kind of bake that into the fence sprite. Why not? That'll probably be better. Oh, so this is going to be... Oh, but we don't know which edge this is, so we'd have to have way more directions. Which would be fine. I'd rather do that than having to, like... Yeah, it'll be fine doing this. So we're just gonna need 2 more variations, not a big deal. Boom. And also what's nice is if we have our land tile baked into this sprite, it also allows us to do whatchamacallit, shadowing and stuff more easily. And then this is dirt. Dirt. Hey, Nameshift Games, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? So Jam, it's going good. We are currently working on a tile set right now. Kind of for the map area. And it's going good. Just drawing out some things. But yeah. I'm going to be mainly doing art for this jam. So we could also maybe do like a, you know, some grass like poking up. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Air Moose, welcome in. How's it going? Welcome in, everybody. What's going on? What were you up to today on your stream? Let's see, and then we can do this as like a little bit of a shadow. Kind of gives the grass like some depth. Doing the GMTK game jam, nice. That is also what we're up to, believe it or not. That's cool. How's it been going so far? What do you got planned out? Okay, so this is gonna be the one at the top. That's actually good there. I don't even need to do anything. That's the one on the bottom, and then this is just this, but flipped on the other direction, so pretty easy. I gotta go eat. No worries. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. And enjoy the food. Doing a mini planet defense game, some simple orbital stuff. Nice. That sounds awesome. Well, yeah, welcome in everybody. I can show you guys what we've got going on for our GMTK jam right now. So we're working on, it's kind of like Snake. If you've ever played that silly game before. Normally in Snake, what you have to do is you have to like hit your head on the food or whatever to collect it, but we're planning to do where you have to like create like a loop around the thing that you want to collect. So like this to gather the food. So that's kind of the theme of the jam, for anyone that doesn't know, is loop. So this is how the loop aspect ties in. But yeah, I'm doing the art stuff right now, just getting kind of the play area defined. Yeah, this is still super basic right now. We're just getting the core mechanics set in place first, but it's going good. I think I might darken the dirt color because it feels like I live in Australia or something right now. Like, let's darken it to this color. Which of course is going to be funny. Let's just do this and then this and go through and change it. Yeah, I think it'll be pretty cool once we get all the mechanics in and stuff and start playtesting. Yeah, I'm just going to be grinding away at all the art stuff we need to do. I don't think the art side of things will be too difficult, honestly. I mean, getting the environment set up is probably a huge part of it. And then it's just a matter of like drawing in the enemies and stuff, so, but yeah. Just gotta fill all this in with our soil. But yeah, we've got a whole bunch of ideas for other stuff that we can add into it. It would be cool to have some like kind of roguelite elements where after each round you complete, you get like an opportunity to spend your points or whatever that you've earned on different upgrades and stuff that passes through to like the next round. I think stuff like that could be pretty cool. We're still a little ways away from that, but we just got to get the basics set up right now. So yeah, this is just going to be a fence on the outside of the world, this stuff here. Just so that it's not just like a weird void. So this right here is just going to be green. And how far does this extend? So it's 2 pixels away from the... Oh, the post. So it would go like right there, I think. Yeah. And we can do that. I guess it would go like that. Yeah. And these are the other corners, so these are going to go however close I got here, 2 away. And it looks like those go up on the edges. Yeah, so we need this to go up on the edge. And then 2 away from the post right here. How tight of a loop is required to grab the fruit? It can basically just be any size, so that's the plan anyways. There's not going to be any like requirement for how small it needs to be or anything. And hopefully we're going to get it set up so you can do like multiple loops and stuff at the same time. I think it could be interesting. These seem to change index, right? Because we changed their index. Duh. So this needs to go here. This goes there. Now this needs to change to the other direction. Boom. This goes there. This one goes along the top. And this one goes there. Cool. So now I think that looks pretty decent. It's joking memorial. Can you add a Moai statue? Maybe, we'll see. Just depends on what our plan is. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad with the fence now. It's nice. It just kind of gives us like a more defined boundary to this stuff. Yeah. We can also go ahead and do a little bit of shadowing stuff now. So thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. This game reminded me of Go because there you need to surround enemy pieces like this. Maybe you could take some inspiration from that. Yeah, that's interesting. I can definitely look that up. I've definitely heard of Go. I just don't know like how you even play it and stuff. So thank you for the spin, Ryan. Also, technically this would be obscured in shadow. But I don't think that looks very good. Maybe we could do one on top like that. I wouldn't mind that. Yeah, I think that works. Let's see, we only do shadow. Thank you for the spins, guys. Appreciate it. We can also do grass shadowing here, like this. Oops. Okay. Ah, I can't draw, guys. I'm incapable of drawing. Throwing on the movie, got you in the background. Enjoy, brother. Quickly, got the endurance. Appreciate it. Yeah. What app are you using for the pixel art? This is Krita. It's not really designed for pixel art, but you can definitely do pixel art in it. I used to use Paint.net for a long time, and Paint.net is fine, but it definitely has issues. It can be kind of annoying to work with sometimes because it doesn't have like a lot of modern features like auto saving and stuff, so it was always a little bit frustrating. Yeah, Crit is nice though. I've enjoyed it so far. I mean, if you're planning on doing pixel art stuff, I'd probably recommend using Sprite if you're only doing pixel art. I just I don't know. I feel like sometimes I was limited with a sprite. But yeah. So yeah, I've been trying to get better at pixel art. Do you have any tips to get better? I think I would just say, I mean, honestly, the thing that always has helped me a lot in just improving is just drawing stuff. I mean, obviously, right? Like, practice makes perfect, but it really does help, like, just drawing the first thing that comes to mind, just messing around. It doesn't have to be such a structured, planned thing of like, I'm going to do this on this day and then this and learn about these things. Because all of that kind of you subconsciously learn about anyways. But yeah, I would say just start with like the kind of base principles of pixel art. So stuff like I think like shading is probably the most important thing that you can kind of learn about, because it kind of ties into everything, you know? So definitely like watch some YouTube tutorials and stuff on like how light works and just understand that better, because it'll definitely help you a lot when it comes to stuff like this, right? Like, because you can kind of think of like where the light source is coming from and then change how these things look based off of that. It helps a lot. So I think that's probably one of the most important like skills to have with pixel art, is just really a really good understanding of how light works. Yeah, see, now we got the shadows. I think that looks pretty good. But yeah, I mean, what else would I recommend for getting good? There's definitely things to avoid. Like with pixel art, there can be things that might not be so obvious with other kinds of art. So like one thing that you should never be doing is mixing pixel sizes. So you know where you have like this circle over here is drawn like this, but then you have another circle that like has double. So you get like this thing where you have pixels that are double the size of these pixels. This never really looks very good. I see this a lot in games, and it's not good. Don't do this. So try to avoid that. Basically, everything in your game should like scale to what the physical size of it is. So like if your player is like 16 by 16 or whatever, something twice the size of your player should be 32 by 32. It should like visually actually be double the resolution and stuff like that. So there's a lot of little like minor things to know about with that. Other things I would say is just look at pixel art. Yeah, no mixels, exactly. Other things I would say is just find artists that you like art of, and you can try and emulate it, you know? I mean, that's what most people do anyways. That's just reference material, right? It's always really important to have like a frame of reference. So and that's what I did a lot, honestly. I think when I was first starting out and trying to like learn how to do any pixel art, is find people's pixel art that looks really cool and then try to make mine look like that. So it helps because it gives you like a goal that you can visualize and aim toward when you're learning. And eventually, over time, you kind of just start to develop your own style of doing things, so I wouldn't worry about, like, you know, stealing or whatever. Unless you're literally ripping their assets and copying their images and redistributing it as your own, then it's not stealing. You're still making your own art. So yeah, those are just a couple different things. I mean, if you got any specific questions about pixel art stuff, I'm always happy to answer. You know, you're welcome to just pop into the stream and ask me whatever you got on your mind. So let's see. Maybe the game could be about herding sheep as a snake. Oh yeah. I don't know. I think we're gonna do like sort of like I don't know exactly what the narrative is around everything right now, but I think the the concept is like some kind of science experiment gone wrong or something, and the snake keeps growing. That's something that we're going to keep working out. I'm just kind of getting a basic play area here. But the idea is that as you grow larger, there's going to be like stages. So you start at kind of the small scale, like size of an apple, but it keeps like going up in scale, getting larger and larger. So we're probably going to be drawing some other environments. I think somebody posted a thing in here. Yeah, like the next size you'd be like eating animals or something, or like people. And then you go up to the third level and you're like eating people's houses and stuff. I think it could be cool to do that. It kind of gives like a sense of progression. So we'll see. Still a lot of ideas floating around and stuff, but as we just keep throwing things out, I think we'll start to get a better idea of what we actually want to do. I've been trying to make some pixel art in an old arcade style using 3 colors, but I don't really know what colors work well together. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing just 3 colors, it's the style of what you're drawing changes drastically. So like, I mean, basically I would just have a simple like range of contrast. So I'd have like white, black, and some kind of like gray in between color if you're only using 3. But that in between color kind of decides what's the vibe of your art. So like if you use orange, it kind of makes everything warm. I guess in terms of like that color choice, I'd say warm colors tend to feel more safe and friendly. So something like a farming game would be good as a warm color. Probably, I mean, green can kind of be either or. The cooler colors, I think, tend to be more, well, you know, cold. That would probably work for, it just depends on the like theme of your game, I guess, if you're only working with 3. It can definitely be tricky though. Yeah, I mean, working with a small palette, because it's very value based, right? Everything, the only thing you have to differentiate objects is contrast. So but you can still work with a small palette, but maybe sprinkle in a couple more colors just so that you kind of have a little more freedom. Just something like 3 colors per like color, so you could have like your gray colors, your green colors, blue colors. I think it's usually it's good to break it up like that. And then I always usually have not pure black, but black and white as like 2 other colors just to have on hand. Usually black for my outlines and stuff, you know, like down here. Yeah, just mess around. If you're looking for palettes and stuff to use, I would recommend checking out Low Spec. Ooh, if I can type. Low Spec is pretty good for palettes. They have tons and tons of them. That's where I got this palette. Okay, 3 colors that each have 3 variations. That makes more sense. But yeah, I would just do kind of the basic, simple colors that you're gonna need. Green, blue, red. And like the thing is with red, it's kind of a red is both your gradient of red is both yellow and red, because they're kind of on the same spectrum, right? So it just depends. Like if I draw an object with this as my highlight color and this is the dark color, this looks like it's a yellow object, right? Because the top of my object is yellow. So yeah, keep that in mind, like if you're drawing cheese or something like this, right? So thank you for the cheese time, speaking of, yeah. Right, like this is how you would draw cheese with 3 colors. And then maybe for the top, use this color here like that. And now you've got some cheese, right? So yeah, think of this in like terms of these colors being the same. It's just like the more red, like so you have like a red gradient and a blue gradient. I think I would probably break it up into 3 primary colors, so you have RGB, right? Red, green right here, It's usually a safe bet to do it like that. And then blue. And you can also throw in, I'd probably throw in gray. Hey, Troopin', what's up? Well, I am working on a game jam right now. This is for the GMTK 2025 game jam. We're just drawing a tile set right now. But we're just going over some color stuff. And then, yeah, I definitely have gray over here. And gray would also contain, like, your white color and black for your outlining and stuff. So this is, like, I would say if you're doing a full color palette, aka not a very specialized thing. See, there's palettes like this, but it's like, I would only do something like this if you're aiming for a very specialized aesthetic, you know, or something like this, right? Like this art right here. It still looks really good, but it's going to give you a certain vibe if you limit yourself that much. But if you're making an entire game, sometimes it can be hard to only have 4 colors. Yeah, if you want a general purpose RGB, give yourself a decent gradient, and then gray over here. The thing I would say for actually choosing what these colors are and how they change and stuff is your brightest color should be the most yellow. So as you get darker, your colors will start to stray toward like blue. So like your red color here, if you were to make the next like color and line for this, yes, it's darker, but it's also hue shifted like this. So I highly recommend doing that to your colors. Darker colors more blue, brighter colors more yellow. It just makes things look nice. Shadows in real life tend to look more blue. So I think it's always a good idea to try and emulate that vibe. But yeah. All right, I think this tile set's decent for now. Obviously, it's not like done. I mean, eventually we'll get around to more, but we can go ahead and draw a couple more objects and stuff. I guess starting out, the initial food items we would probably grab is just like fruit and stuff. I imagine that's what we're going to be doing. But yeah, True, I can show you what the actual game's about. So, the theme for this jam was loop. So you have to make a game centered around that theme. The idea for our game, or what we're going to be doing is, unlike normal Snake, where when you ram into your body, you lose. That's kind of your whole goal, is to actually purposely form loops. So like if there's a piece of food here that you want to like form a loop around it, and then it grabs everything inside of the loop. You know, right? That's a legal move, yeah. No, I think it'd be cool though, like switching up the usual rules of how Snake works. But yeah, I think it'll be cool. And we're also planning on adding enemies into the game and probably boss fights and stuff. So the way that you would kill them is looping around them, and that deals damage to them, right? So basically looping is your way of like interacting with the world. So thank you for the follow. It's Boats, I appreciate it. Follow. You stop and take damage. So yeah. Yeah, the camera bug is still... There's a bug right now where if you aim up and keep hitting against the fence, the camera starts to shift up. It's funny because it just keeps going. And then eventually it'll just be fully outside of the game world. There it goes. I just adjust colors randomly and hope they look good. Yeah. And now the camera's gone. Okay, so what do I have in GitHub? Really just adding in all the assets. The shadow. The grass tile set. The apple. I'll probably throw in a couple more food items. I mean, what do snakes eat? I mean, snakes are carnivores, but I think it's okay to kind of break that a little bit. I mean, Snake, the classic is the apple. But I think we could do other kinds of foods, other fruits probably, and just kind of keep that as the tier 1 theme or whatever. And as you grow in size, it becomes different food items. So yeah, we'll do that. Snakes eat mice, yeah. Could be interesting. I mean, maybe we could have like a mouse enemy or something that you have to kill, which could be something we could do. I don't know if we're implementing moving food. I think the plan for the food is to keep it stationary, but I don't know. We'll see. So let's draw something else. Something with a little more color. Not more color, just different color. I don't want to draw anything that's green for the food because obviously it just blends in with everything else, so don't want to do that. We also do have to be careful about color blindness because red can also kind of look like green. But that's the reason why we're making the item bounce up and down, have the shine effect, and have a shadow underneath. I think it'll still be obvious enough. I mean, we could do something that's blue. We could do like a yellow, like we could do a banana. We could do grapes. A mango. Nah, it's got to be like a complete fruit. An orange. Nah, the apple's already... I don't want all the fruit to look the exact same, so... Yeah, blueberries. I mean, that works. I'm just thinking how I would make it work, because blueberries are, you know, tiny. I guess we could just do a big blueberry. I don't think it matters. Yeah, grapes, maybe. We could do just like the blueberry can be kind of a little bit smaller. Like it doesn't have to take up the entire size of the whole sprite, you know what I mean? And maybe even different food values have different foods have different values associated with them. So maybe the blueberry is not as good as something like the apple. We'll see. All possibilities. Don't know if, you know, we're planning on actually doing that or not, but we'll see. Care about color blindness in Game Jam? Something to ship something playable. With my approach to color blindness is always like thinking of it on the spot when I'm like creating something. Some people like make their game and then go back and make it work for color blindness, but I think that's a lot of work, you know? I tend to just think of like whatever I'm drawing at any given moment, it has to have I first think about what is the environment that's going to be located in. So like if I'm on a grassy green field, I probably don't want to make something that's red or green to go on top of that. I usually am just focusing mostly on red-green color blindness because that's the most common. I mean, there is also the other one. The like blue whatever color blindness. What is it called again? I mean, there's Protanopia, Deuteranopia, then Tritanopia, I think. Yeah, yellow-blue color blindness, which is it's a funny one. And of course, there's achromatopsia, whatever. I mean, that one is that's just no color vision. Almost nobody on Earth has that though, so it's pretty it can be hard to justify totally correcting for that. But here's the thing, the secret to dealing with color blindness is just chromacopia is make sure that your objects and sprites always have like multiple identifiers other than just color. So like for example, we added a puzzle into Starground recently, which is the other game I usually work on. And the way that I went about the buttons is that they are both colored, but they also have an icon associated with them, which means that no matter what colors you're able to see, you're still able to solve the puzzle, right? So I think it's really important to always kind of do that. But yeah. So we got an ad starting in just a minute. Yeah, how about a blue fish? We could do fish. I'm not sure. We'll see. I'll probably just stick with the fruit theme right now, but... Also, you post your color palette in the Discord? Cool. I can load this up and we can go over it. Alright. I do apologize for the ad, everybody. I can't stop it. I'm out of snooze credits. Ayo. I can't... Twitch... We'll see what that is in a minute. Okay, so I do have a little bit of feedback on some of these colors in here. If you'd like me to go over this palette. I can wait until after the ad is over. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just keep drawing the blueberry. So we're gonna do a... Blueberries have that, like, dark thing up here. Whatever you call that. And they're kind of funny. They're like, how do I describe it? Right, it's kind of like that, or it's got, like, these flaps or whatever. I guess that's how it would look. See, it's hard to think. I guess it's kind of like that. It's got like the 4 corners. Yeah. And blueberry, it's pretty simple shape. Let's go ahead and do this. Because like this is just rounded. It's not really like an apple where it has like a divot at the top. And these can all be kind of bright. Actually, these ones though would not be because they're cast in shadow, you know? Basically something like that. And I think for this one, maybe we go like add in a darker color around here. That's basically a blueberry. I'm back from the cold, desolate void of ads. Yeah, I do apologize about that. We can go over your color palette if you want. I've got a few recommendations. Basically, it looks like a blueberry. Well, the blueberries, I'm looking at them, they are not a 4-way thing. They're actually, like, stars. So they would kind of be more like this, or whatever. Yeah. And we can add in our little shine again like that. Blueberry. Yes, please. Alrighty, let's go take a look at that then. Ads are over, everybody. Very sorry about that. Alright, so your color palette over here. So the first thing that I kind of notice is I think these colors are too dark. Also, like, especially right here, the kind of thing that you want to aim for is a nice, like, gradient in contrast between your bright and darker colors. And the colors I see here, this yellow is fine. It's, like, bright enough, but these colors, this red right here especially, is way too dark. So I'd probably increase the brightness of this orange a little bit, right? Kind of like this. And especially this red down here, this is way too dark in my opinion. Should be white at the end of the gray. Yeah, we can add that back in. Also, I tend to not do pure black in pixel art. I think it's fine if that's really what you want to do, but I think it tends to be a little too harsh. So I tend to do just a little bit above pure black like that. And since it's a darker color, I give it a blue tint, right? Like that. And then from there, I just keep going up. So like we'd have this color. And see, I'm giving this that blue tint, right? But as we approach white, I start to drop the saturation so it's more of a neutral gray. So this is what I would do to your gray palette here, is I think up the value of your black a little bit and make these more tinted blue because they're getting darker away from white. So that looks good. Over back to your like red palette here. I think your yellow is way too saturated. It's too much. So I'd probably drop the saturation like that. And maybe give this, turn it toward a little more yellow. Just depends on the like vibe of your palette that you're aiming for. Maybe like right there. In this red, I definitely wouldn't do a full saturated red. I'd probably do something like that. And your darker color down here, you're kind of on the right track with the blue tinting. I'd also probably actually tint this red a little bit blue like that. Maybe even a little more. Like that. And probably brighten it up. Maybe a little more. Drop the saturation. Something like that. And your darkest red is going to be more purple than anything. Drop the value. Something like that. Because the thing is that you can still use your black color over here. Like, your black color should be the final color in these gradients, like that. So you don't really want, like this here, for example, there's no point in having this blue color because it's so close in contrast to your black that you might as well just use black. So that's my point here, kind of, is like how your colors are too dark. So your middle blue here is too dark. I'd up that a lot. I'd probably drop the saturation a little bit like that. And then we can go from there for the rest of your colors. So this one, we're going to drop saturation, and we're also going to push it more toward yellow. So like that. And then we can take this color, drop it, up the saturation, make it more blue. Something kind of there, right? For your blues. And then green right here, I don't think is quite green enough. It looks almost a little orangey to me. But again, that kind of comes down to style sometimes. Just depends on what you want. So I'd probably shift that more toward green, be more of a prominent green. Up the brightness of your first green, but lower the saturation also. Something like that. Drop the saturation, or increase the saturation, but then drop the value, shift it more toward blue like that. And another one down here, shift it more toward blue, make it darker. So I think this palette is just a little bit easier to work with, in my opinion. Your colors are more distinct from each other, and that just gives you more freedom in what you're able to actually do. I'd probably increase the brightness of this blue. Now it's just kind of more of a matter of fine-tuning your contrast values, because like you want these to be in steps where like this is 50% of the value of that, and this is 50% of that, or whatever. So increase the brightness maybe a little more, like right there. I would also probably go back to these greens. I think I would shift this a little more blue and shift this one up here a little more yellow. Somewhere in there, like that. I think the reds are at a pretty good spot. I'd probably only shift the red up a little bit. Somewhere there or something. Maybe just a touch more. Actually, no, I'd probably actually go touch the other way like that. Oh, okay, wait, wrong color. There we go. So yeah, this is what I would recommend for the palette, just kind of increasing the value of your colors so that they're a little easier to see and they're more distinct. If you want me to, I'm happy to send this back to you. Or you can kind of just use this as a reference. It's up to you. But yeah. That's what I would say. Because now if you go back through all these colors, your black color is kind of the darkest color here, right? And you can see it kind of just works. So when you outline your things and stuff, you're going to be able to use black against this green to get a darker color. Because nothing says that you have to use this only for outlining. You can also just kind of use it as just another color in your belt, right? There's nothing wrong with that. You could drop the value of your green here a little bit more, actually. I'd probably do that, just so it matches a little closer to your black value. Sort of like that. And then maybe drop this green a little bit more. Give it a little more saturation. But then keep it a little more on the blue side. Like that. It just depends. And like this is another thing that matters too with color palettes is like the style you're aiming for. The larger contrast you have between these values, the more poppy and more cartoony your art is going to look, right? Because you have this blindingly bright value and then immediately go to color like this. This is like, it's like neon, right? It's like very in your face and bright and vibrant. So it just depends on the style you want to go for. Otherwise, I think this works for just a general purpose palette. But yeah. Hope that helps though. Definitely not trying to like take over and change everything or anything, but I just think those changes would help. I think this looks like a blueberry. I think it'll be fine. See what it looks like in context to the rest of the game. And also sizing. So yeah, it's definitely smaller than the apple, but that's what I wanted because it's a blueberry. It's not supposed to be the size of an apple. I think that looks good. Yeah. Nothing I'd probably change there. And let's just do one more food item. It's just kind of like a, I don't know, just to have or whatever. It could almost be like a mid-tier thing between apple and blueberry, maybe. I guess we could do green. There's not necessarily anything wrong with green. I just had to make sure, though, that the contrast of it would be distinct enough away from the grass underneath. What other kinds of fruit are there? There's strawberry. Yeah, I was thinking banana, because I feel like that's kind of an iconic fruit. Yeah. We could do a banana. But nah. Just a bunch of bananas. And they all kind of go back up into the, you know, up here. Alrighty. Let's do this. Need to start like actually drawing these out. Got another banana here. All right. So gonna see, what are you making for the GMTK? I only realized it started and I don't do anything now. It's the first day. You've still got plenty of time if you want to do it. there's no rules. Well, there are rules, but you know what I mean. I've done that before though, where I've joined a jam like days in, and it's been fine. If you really want to do it, I wouldn't let that stop you. I mean, it's only the first day. You still got the whole time left. It's fine. Yeah, I'll show you what I'm working on. So it's a you know, snake where you go around and collect the apples. It's kind of like that, but instead of like running your head into the fruit, the apples, you have to like make a loop around it like this. So obviously the looping doesn't work yet, but we're working on it. So this is what you're going to be able to do. Yeah, I think it'll be cool once it's all done and ready to go. Very inexperienced though. I wouldn't worry so much about that. But you know, don't force yourself to do it if you don't feel up to it. The shape of this banana is stupid. I think that these bananas look okay. Just your classic, iconic bunch of bananas. Now we can just go in and color them and stuff. So, hey, Goob, welcome in. How's it going? Did you make all this art already? Yeah, so I mean, it hasn't taken too long. We drew the tile set here with the fences and stuff and the dirt and all the little variations. This apple, a blueberry, and we're working on a banana right now. So yeah, it's coming along. I'm kind of doing the art stuff, me and another person, for the jam. So we're not going to really be doing a whole lot of coding or anything today. Distracting enough. We're doing stream right now. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I like to get things done. I don't know. It's just because I know I'm so like I'm always trying to get things done quick because I hate when things take a long time. Yeah, thank you for the hydrate. It's just like it's almost like PTSD from working on Pogo Rocket. How long that took to develop. It was just years and years. And then the game released and, you know, not even 10 reviews. So I'm just like, all right, that's never happening again. Like, if I'm going to make a game, I am going to get it done quick so that if it doesn't work out, it's fine. Because I didn't waste all my time doing it, you know? Yeah. No, it's definitely just been a good way to go about things, honestly. Just the whole way I develop now has kind of changed a lot. You know, focusing a lot more on getting like an MVP finish before anything else, really, right? Because with Pogo Rocket, development was kind of just aimless. You know, I didn't really have any like plan. I wasn't like, okay, I'm gonna get this version of it ready and then we move on to testing or whatever. It was just kind of, I'm just gonna throw some stuff together. But that's always kind of a recipe for disaster. I started my game dev journey by making small games, have the reverse curse of not making things scalable. Yeah, that's fair. But that's probably a good problem to have, honestly. I think it's a lot easier to learn yourself out of that one. Yeah, it's just so easy. Like, with Pogorock and stuff to like fall down feature creep rabbit hole, you know. That was always like the thing that stalled me. Because I'd be like, I want to add this and then that and this, and it would just completely kill the project. It's just all about knowing like when to call it quits, you know. Enough is enough. And it definitely helps a lot. And I feel like I learn a lot more that way too. Because it's like I complete this idea fully, and it's like now I can take all the experience I've learned from this and move on to the next thing instead of dwelling on it forever, you know? So it definitely helps in a lot of ways. So Pogorocket never had a pinned down vision for gameplay. Yeah, that was another big issue with Pogorocket. Was the concept was kind of very nebulous. It was basically just platformer, but you are a pogo stick. But that's not a good way to develop, because you're gonna eventually like, things just get messy. Just like this sprite I'm drawing right now. I did too much anti-aliasing. There we go. We could also give this like some marks, you know? It doesn't have to be a perfect banana. I think that looks decent. I'd probably though shift this like over, because the bunch would be like terminating here at this point, you know, kind of like that. It would probably be a little more like, I think that's decent. It looks like there's always like a little thing up here, right? Like where the banana was chopped off the tree or whatever, so we can just add that. I think this is pretty decent. It's a good idea for like playing around with a mechanic, but we never ended up finding the right path for level design. Yeah, that was the big issue, is like we had this idea, but we never actually like baked it. We made a pizza, but forgot to cook the dough, and then it just ended up being a goopy mess, right? So I think it's really important to take the time and actually figure out what is the game going to be. Like, what's the gameplay and what's the end goal? What's our end vision for this product, right? That was just something we didn't do, and that's why it all fell apart. Let's also do a little bit of this jazz. If I select, how do I select this tool? Just in a couple regions here. Also, something that I think this needs is that the bananas that are kind of curved up should have like a, because the light's coming down this way, so they'd have sort of like a curve point. Or I guess they would just be full like orange like this. But not quite that much though, you know. I'm just kind of getting a feel for it. We'd probably sprinkle this in a little bit more. Yeah, kind of like that. Although this needs a little more definition right there. Game development is like making pottery in hardcore mode. Yeah. Yeah, it's all about just shaping it over time. It does randomly break, yeah. I don't know. Game development's definitely hard. a lot of people go into it and like being like, oh, this is just gonna be a fun little thing, but it takes a lot of planning, and there's so many different skills involved that it can really easily balloon into a monster of a process, you know? Everybody's got to do their part. And especially as a solo developer, it's a lot of work, right? Banana. But we're not solo developing today, so that's good. Hopefully I'm not going too detailed with these sprites. I mean, it's hard. I'm just trying to do the minimum I need to do for 24 by 24. But we'll see. I'll send an image over of what all these look like so we can make sure that it's a style we're both good with. I can easily change this stuff if need be. Let's get all these fruits next to each other. This is what they'll look like. I think that's pretty good. The apple's pretty big, but it's okay. The whole idea with the apple is that I think it's going to be probably the highest value fruit, at least on this tier, so if we're doing values, I think it would be cool to do that, to have like a value associated with each food item, because it kind of gives like that risk reward thing of like, if there's a high value fruit in a position that is really difficult to get to, it's still like, well, maybe it's worth it. I mean, we could always swap this stuff around where banana's highest value and then apple's lowest value or something, just because apple's like the default basic. But we'll see. I can easily redraw these sprites. It's not a big deal. So one thing I must say, though, I've never regretted making games. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a very valuable learning experience in a lot of ways, just about a bunch of things. I mean, obviously just the basics of like how to draw in program and stuff like that. But also just a ton of other things like work ethic and like project planning and management, marketing, and there's so many skills in game development that are applicable to almost every career. It's definitely a worthwhile thing to do, I would say. Yeah, I've never regretted spending time on it. I mean, even with Poker Rocket, like, although it was a complete financial failure, like, I learned so much working on that project that I brought into Starground. I think, it was still pretty helpful to go through all that. But yeah. Whoa, thank you for the hydrate. And the cheese dime. And the speen. Thank you, God. Sorry, I'm just looking at the Discord chat to make sure I'm not missing some critical conversation or something. So yeah, I posted a video. Whoa. So we got the egg mechanic working. Yeah. Enemies wave based. Yeah. Okay, cool. I think we're almost ready to like push these to the project. I mean, obviously the items here. Somebody still needs to actually do the item code to make like an item scene. Adagon was saying that he's just gonna make it all a like an area 2D, which I think is fine. Doesn't really matter. I mean, either it could work as a static body or an area 2D. Either works. I know that one thing we still need to add is the like loop detection code, which we went back and forth on that a lot. I think I can't remember the name of the person I was talking to, but they wanted to do a oh yeah, it's in like Discord. How do I even access that then? Do I have to be on call? That's annoying. Okay, whatever. But yeah, we were talking about whether to do like a corner-based thing or a like a flood fill algorithm. I think flood fill would be fine. I was thinking like we would just do flood fill from a corner and then it would fill in the map, and any point that it doesn't fill in would be the loop of the player, right? It would be a loop. So I think it would be probably the easiest way to handle that, right? Actually calculate that. But it's fine. I am not the programmer this time. So we'll see. Who's on my team? We've got, let me go list it all off. How do I actually tell who's on the team? I think we have to go to, where is it? This page right here. And then can I look at all the people here? Maybe the cheese time. Maybe not there. I mean, they're all on Discord. So we've got me and Volcara. We're working on art stuff. Adagon. Oh my god. So much cheese. Adagon, Ice of Spade, and I love streamer mode. Ice Cube game. They're working on programming. Yeah, it's a pretty big team of people. And then I think there's 2 people. Actually, wasn't there a post in here about who's actually on the team? Let me go back to that. Here we go. Adagon, Ice Spade, Ice Cube, coding. Art, me and Volcara. And sound, Courier, and pianistic Panda. So yeah. Those are all the people. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. Pretty big team. Yeah. So much cheese, yet not enough. I think it's plenty of cheese, guys. It's a lot of cheese. Let's turn streamer mode back on. Wherever that even is. Streamer mode. Here it is. I don't want to get pinged. Posted a new color palette and a sprite made with it on the Discord. I'm gonna check that out. Yeah, I'll just put it in the image next to the other palette we had here. It's probably too big. Let's resize the canvas. Download from... Okay. Yeah, it's definitely a lot better. The colors are a little bit more balanced. Yeah, this is kind of the area where you kind of get down to the style you want to aim for. I mean, the only thing I would say here is maybe this red color right here is a little too dark. I'd probably brighten that up, just so that you kind of have like a smoother transition between your dark red and your brights in here. I would probably also say this orange is maybe a little bit too yellow. I'd probably make it more red like this. It's more orangey. But I think these other ones are looking pretty good. And it just depends, like, you could make the gap here between this color and white a little smaller. You could up the brightness of it if you wanted. But it really comes down to personal preference. I think this is good. Yeah. Just need to experiment with it, right? Try drawing things with this palette and see how it goes. But yeah, you got this little guy here. Nice. Yeah, it's awesome. And yeah, your palette is something that you can kind of like work on and shape over time. It doesn't have to be this thing where you create your palette and you stick with it forever. I mean, you can change your palette later. Yeah, you'd have to go back and change your colors, but sometimes it's a good idea. Like the Starground palette I have here, I started off initially using the what is it called? Sega 32 color palette. It's on low spec, this one. But there's been a lot of changes I've made to the colors over time because I thought that some of these colors in here were too similar to other colors, so I decided to get rid of them. Like this red I thought was like basically like this red, so I didn't really see the purpose of having this color. I've also added a couple colors to it too. Like if we swap to that palette, Starground. I've added like some of these more purpley colors, like these ones that were kind of bridging the gap between like the pink purple, like this, and blue. Because like these were the only two, so I was like, I kind of need an in-between purple, so that's why I made this one. But yeah, this palette's just been a lot of tweaking and refining over time. I've also got some like other colors that I use specifically for things like the grass for Starground, and also like the dirt color. So yeah. But then we got the more typical colors, like my green gradient, my you know, yellow-orange gradient here. Starground's got a little bit more of a warm color palette compared to the palette we're working with right now. You can see the colors aren't quite as heavily blue shifted versus something like Sweetie 16. Because when you compare these two colors against each other, you can kind of really see the difference, right? Or this one's definitely a lot more like blue, right? But again, there's no right or wrong when it comes to stuff like that. They're both good palettes. They both have their pros and cons. So yeah, that's about it. But yeah, I do like the Insega one. It's a nice like like general purpose palette, you know. I think there's also an Endesga. Is it Endesga, not Ensec? Oh. Endesga. My bad, guys. They also have like, yeah, this is soft 16. It's very soft colors. I thought they had a 16 variant. Oh, they have more palettes, so yeah. So this is Endesga 77. That's a lot of colors. Definitely too many in my opinion, but it's Hept 32. Yeah, higher contrast range saturation, you can definitely like notice the difference between these. But yeah, there's just different palettes for different things. Like this one's 8 colors. That's like pretty limiting. I usually think like somewhere around 16 is usually a pretty nice like count to aim for. It's just a general purpose thing, you know? Yeah, here's the 16 one they have. I mean, I use 32 for Starground, and I think that's mainly just because there's so much variation in Starground. There's the multiple regions and dungeons, and it can be, sometimes it's tricky to use just 16 with that. Yeah. It all just depends on what style you want to aim for. Okay, well I think the tile set and stuff here is looking good. What did we actually change inside of everything here? So it's mainly just adding assets to art. We changed the grass one. But there's also this, we can get rid of that change. We don't want to change the snake if we don't need to. And then world, what did I do in world? I think I just did... I did edit the tile set, so we are going to have to push that. We're going to have to push that, aren't we? Which is kind of unfortunate. I don't know how Adagon's going to handle that. Because it changes all the things in here, like load steps and whatever all that is. I've tried to merge scenes like this before by copying the text over, but it tends to not work. I'll have to talk to Adagon about that. This is why we need to separate all these scenes out into their own separate things. Because we're gonna get a lot of conflicts this way. We need to like make the tile map in the world, like just the visuals of it, a separate scene. We need to make the snake a separate scene. Otherwise, it's just going to be a nightmare. We're going to constantly be running into stuff like this. So... I'll just DM Adagon here. I think we should break up all the world now so we can edit things separately from each other. Yeah, I guess we have to redo all this now, which sucks, but whatever. Conflicts. Okay, I can push the thing then. Let's delete all the other stuff that we don't really need in here, like... yeah, reload that. We don't need any of this stuff. And I guess that's basically it in here. Then we got the shine shader. I think we're good there. Add art assets and shine shader. And I guess we'll just do this on... I just need to rename this branch to, like... Big Boy Games. Big Boy Branch or something, I don't know. Alright. And then we'll publish this, Ooh, loading. If I fetch origin, is that going to screw up my branch? What's going to happen here? I mean, it looks like we're okay. So yeah, what even is the diff in here? It's just kind of setting all the tile map stuff. And also setting the Z index of both of these. Let me make sure these are both minus 50. Okay, yeah, they are. Alright, we can push these changes then, or go request a merge. Where is my... I need to add it to my bookmarks. Okay. So, new pull request... I guess it's still called tile map change, even though I thought I renamed it. It's odd. Can I rename it in here? Let's, can I, like, edit it? I don't think I can I? Whoa. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Pull request. Alrighty. Create pull request. It says it's out of date. So what do we need to do here? I guess update it by merge. The missing fork information. What is going on here? Okay, you know what? Let's fix this. Hold on. This is just a mess. Let's delete the branch. Cannot be deleted. Yikes. I'm just gonna do new branch. I know, it's so cool. It's like it didn't actually change the name of my branch or something. It's really weird. I don't know why that happened. It's like I renamed it in here, but it didn't actually rename the branch on whatever it is, Forgio. So I don't know what happened. We'll just go ahead and try this again. And it'll probably be fine. So is that branch still there? How do I get rid of it? I don't want you here anymore. Well, I don't know how to delete that branch. I'm sure there's a command line thing to do that. Okay, I want to merge from Big Boy branch. Ooh. My change is gone. Did I mess up? I think I messed up. What happened? Okay, so I guess that's gone? What? Now there's also this branch. Why is it still saying fetch origin tile map? Because that's not the... So I think this commit, merging main into tile map change, is kind of what broke everything. Because I think what it did is it overrode world. That's not what I wanted it to do. I'm just gonna... Why is it still saying tile map change? Let's reopen desktop. There's a mess. It's giving me Perforce PTSD. Why is it still showing that it's tile map change? I thought I deleted that branch. It doesn't even... I don't know anymore. And now it shows that there's two branches. Maybe there's some kind of weird merge issue. I don't know what happened. Because I have this branch. I need to undo this commit in here. Okay, but that one's not... Okay, so I do want this one. The one I actually committed stuff to. And this is the issue here. I guess I just need to revert my changes there. And now it should be what it was before. Yeah. Okay, so I have to be careful not to... I don't know. This is a mess. I just want to delete all the branches and... Well, I tried to make the pull request, but it like was weird, and it still shows tile map changes here. I don't want that branch anymore, but I guess it's just that branch now. I have no idea what happened. Because I renamed it in GitHub Desktop, but it didn't actually rename the branch, so I don't know. Oh, okay. So that's just like a local name, whatever. I guess that's why that didn't change. But at least I understand that now. I mean, let me just try it again. Last time I did this pull request, it like complained. I don't know why. Yeah, so it did all this again, where it's because it's not up to date with can it be create merge commit? That's optional. Okay. Well, just take a look at it. I don't know. Should I merge commit this, or because last time I did this, then it. Okay. Maybe it's fine now. Let's see what happens. Okay. So it's going to do a, yeah, conflict check, which I'm pretty sure it should conflict because I change, what? I want to merge 0 commits from, does that mean it's already been merged? This is the commit I want to merge in, right? Yeah. Is it still checking? Okay. What? So it's only showing 3 commits, but that doesn't make any sense unless I committed a main or something weird. Unless this is the merge right here. Well, what branch am I on? I'm on the main branch. So did it merge? I guess it did. But did I accidentally just overwrite the world scene? I have no idea what happened. Maybe there's some weird... Because it showed that I changed... Okay, no, that's merging main into tile map change. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. Something's weird. Conflicts if you edit the same region? Okay. I did change the tile map, so it's... I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, just take a look at it and see what's going on. I guess I can go ahead and change my branch to main and see if it's fine. Let me try that, I guess. This is why, though, we should just keep everything at a different... No. So my changes are not in main yet. Or wait, let me fetch origin, see. I'm stupid. Maybe it is fine. Okay, there's 4. That's probably... It probably went through then. The death isn't now? Okay. I mean, it shows that it is right here. Merge branch death. Unless me doing this or something overrode. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Something weird. It's probably my own mistake, my own fault, but I don't know what I did. I've never had an issue like that before. Did you make the snake like a separate scene? Because it's not in here unless You did, and it's just not. Because I thought you said you turned some things into separate scenes, right? This doesn't seem to be in separate stuff, though. Let me actually run this and see what happens. Let's see if I'm able to die now. Snake is its own scene. Well, I'm on main, and Snake is not its own scene now. So maybe what I did broke everything. I don't see the Snake scene anywhere in the project. Restart. Okay. And GitHub. Let me just do that to be safe. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Whoa, good GitHub. Now it's... Okay, so what happened here? I put this commit up, it adds in all the stuff, and it changes world that scene. And it does this stuff, it changes the tile map data. And then I merged that, then I merged main changes into that for some reason. And then I revert it because that's not what I wanted to do. Definitely happened with the merge. Yeah. I think it merged this stuff where it removes like egg.gd and stuff. Okay, yeah. It's, I do apologize about that. I have no idea what happened. I think it's because of this business, but it didn't let me merge my changes until I did that. I just need to be careful about that. Oh well, this is why we should have different scenes anyways. Because it causes a lot of weird issues if we don't, with conflicting. Yeah, I think we just need to revert the like these commits right here or whatever. When I got rid of these and reverted it. Because this one deleted all this stuff. World.gd, egg.gd, death screen, and then the scenes egg. Yeah, I think that's what happened. I mean, if we just revert that change with that, just revert the commit. My bad. I messed everything up. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Yeah, I think reverting back to main, but I wonder, why did I have to revert to main? Because it wouldn't let me do the pull request without, like, reverting to main or reverting main again. I don't know. I don't know why. It's probably just because it wasn't able to merge the changes in world.scene, but I do not know. Oh well. Let me know when that's all worked out. I do apologize. I'm not really sure what I did. Unknown artist, welcome in, welcome back. I didn't realize there's 35,000 people in this jam this time. I think when we did the one in 2023, it was more like 6,000 or something, wasn't it? It was 6,000 entries. I don't know how many people joined, though. Versus Snake. What was the theme for this one again? It was like roles reversed, yeah. I never did the 2024 one. That was when I was like busy with Starground stuff. It was like right around the time of Starground release. Because Starground released like August 19th, so I was too busy. I still have an open pull request here. Should I close this or just, I'll let you fix it. Was a character art for my video game I'm working on? Nice. Got a GIF here. Pretty sick. I'm just gonna close out of the project for a minute until it's all sorted out. It's all good if I have to recreate like the tile set I did in here. I mean, it's not a big deal. We can just revert back to whatever, to where you merged in your death branch, and then I can re-add in the assets here, and then basically just redo the tile map inside of world, if that would be easier for you. It's not a big deal. I just have to go through and draw the things in again. What's the temperature outside? It's getting cold. Maybe I should open my window. Let me see how cold it is outside. It's about the same temperature right now. My songs at MP3, yeah. It's hot down in my room now. I think I'll be right back. I gotta go make sure the AC is on because I'm burning up. BRB screen. Alright, be right back, everybody. Alrighty, I am back. Give me one moment. Okay. Welcome my headphones to no charge. Alright, we're back. Let me know if the fan on over to my side is too loud. But hopefully you guys can't even hear it because of the noise suppression. Is it fixed yet? Not yet. Well, what other assets do we need to work on for art stuff? We got the tile map and the food. I'm gonna rename this to specify like what kind of food sprites, because this is basically tier 1 food sprites. So I just need to refresh the page. There we go. The tile map will be done pretty soon. We need to do I mean, I guess there's also UI stuff to do. I could get started on that. Most of the time, though, the UI stuff is like something I'm gonna have to... I mean, I can just go into the engine and set up the theme. It's fine. So... So we got another ad coming up, everybody. My apologies. What is this? Steam trailer player updated. Apparently the Steam trailer player is better now. Oh yeah, it is. Main is good now? Alrighty. I do apologize about breaking everything. I will try not to do that again. Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, let's stash change, continue. Yeah, we definitely need to make sure that all of the like scenes and stuff are separate. Because it's just it's a nightmare. All right. Let's go see if this is normal now. Did it open? Come on, Godot. Oh, it opened. Now I opened another one. Alrighty. There we go. Press space to restart. Oh, there we go. I can't see the edges of the world. So I guess we're just not doing the camera stuff, which is fine. Although that tile there is cut off, so I don't know what's going on with that. Can if you die? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine then. Oh yeah, because it pans over. Alrighty. Yeah, the camera on the right side is a little weird. Like, it doesn't get cut off right at the tile. So just keep that in mind. It's probably something that needs to be adjusted a little bit. I think it's probably just because the aspect ratio of our camera is not the same as the aspect ratio of our tile set. So, yeah. Should be pretty easy to fix, though. Yeah, I think the static camera, like, is a lot easier to play with, in my opinion. I think this is gonna be better. I don't know what's going on with the snake sprites, if those are moving along or not. But we'll see. I mean, I'm happy to work on the snake stuff that needs to be done. It's just whatever. So how many days do we have? We have I think he said 4 days in the live stream, but it's today, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday. I think it's like Sunday morning. Yeah, 4 days. Sunday morning is when the jam is over. So yeah, it's 4 days. Yeah. I think we can get a whole bunch of stuff done in time for that. I mean, just getting an MVP done like day one would be great, right? Just something somewhat playable so that we can keep expanding on different content. Adding in more food and enemies and upgrades and stuff. Technically, it's playable. I mean, there's not much of a game to play, but... Also, ads are over, everybody. Sorry about that. But yeah. Ooh. Hold on, guys. All right. So is that little circle supposed to be an egg? I can draw an egg sprite. I can also do a little animation of the egg cracking open if you want to. Well, I imagine we could do that with a particle system. But yeah. Whatever works. I can draw the... I mean, it's pretty easy. I just have to split the two halves of the egg into two sprites, so I'll just do that. Egg gets laid at the end of the snake when you die? Yeah, okay. So we'll just keep it 24 by 24. Do a crack if you want? Yeah. I think it'd be nice. Might as well. Chat wants particles? Yeah. We can do, I mean, both works. I can just draw... I can draw the two halves of it cracked so that you could, like, have a particle emitter of each half that kind of shoots out and sits there for a minute and then fades out. You know what I mean? So, like, if this is our egg, I would split it down the middle, and then we just have the two halves. But yeah, whatever works. I can just do a quick little animation of, like, the crack going up the egg. You know, we can throw some sounds on there and stuff, and then do whatever. So, a snake egg, don't they have, like, soft eggs? It's not like a hard egg. They have, like, a sack egg, right? So are we gonna do, are we gonna be biologically accurate? Or are we just gonna kind of do a regular egg? Back to coding, sounds good, sounds good. Because yeah, I'm pretty sure snake eggs are like soft. Oh no, if you do regular egg, that's true, yeah. Give me a second, I gotta pick a dish. Oh, you know snake biology? That's true, that's true. We'll just do a regular egg, because I think it's more satisfying to actually see the egg crack open than just kind of a wet sack. So. Egg. I'll make it look more exotic by giving it some spots and stuff. It'll be fine. Might need to increase the size of this a little bit more because it's going to be... Origin point's going to be down here. But I guess we can just do a little bit of a tweening on the snake size where it kind of like starts small and then gets big as it exits out of the egg. I think it'll be fine. I have to select this again. This is one thing I do not like about Krita. Is the fact that it doesn't do clean circles, so I kind of have to do this to make a circle. It's a little annoying, but it's whatever. He's a sick egg, guys. Egg. This'll do. Alrighty. It was pretty easy sprite to draw. I think we'll have some spots on it or whatever. Well, we'll start with the shading first. So this circle is atrocious. Also, it's too big. Alright, egg. Push this up a little bit here. I kind of like how this like rim lighting sort of looks on the egg. I think it could be cool. It makes it kind of look sort of shiny, you know. Allow some splotches on the egg. Looks like an egg. Egg. And also probably I'll do maybe this, because I imagine this is going to be sort of on the ground, right? So, yeah. And since this egg is so bright, I'm definitely going to do a little bit of, that reminds me of where's my egg? Yeah. What can I say besides where's my egg? A little bit of this. I usually like to do my outlining, like if I'm doing colored outlines, I like to do it inverse to where the bright spot is. I don't know. It just kind of looks nice that way. I guess we can shift this down a pixel or whatever and just do it like that. So we can have static egg, and then we can also do like a little animation of the egg cracking. So PNG egg. Okay, so that'll override that egg. Yeah, that's fine. Egg. And now we're gonna do a an animation really quick. Yo, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Trying to make a sword animation for my turnip guy, but I can't get it to look right. It looks odd and lifeless. Animation stuff is really hard, because you've got to first off make your sprite look good and then also make it move good. It's hard. Yeah, you're welcome to send it over on Discord and I can take a look at it. So let's do, we don't need to do a whole lot of frames for this egg. Probably just 4. Keep forgetting I can do math in here. It's so nice. Oh, do not do that. No. There we go. That's funky over there. What happened to our grid? I would still like that. There we go. This grid tool is super helpful. I should have used that more. Alright, so this is going to be a pretty simple animation. It's just going to be the egg cracking. So when an egg cracks, I imagine it's going to crack from like maybe the top first or whatever. I guess usually when you think about an egg cracking, I'm just looking at images, like the creature will come out of the egg from the top or whatever, right? Where it's like this guy, you know? So we could just do that, where it kind of starts to shatter at the top and then break apart into a bunch of particles. That would work, because then we can have the animation look good, but then also do a particle system. Yeah. So we'll just sort of like do another layer of the origin point of where it's cracking. So this final one over here is going to be like the full crack. So basically everything up here is going to be cracked. Let's just define that area. So I think the easiest way to do it is just draw the fully cracked sprite first. And then you can kind of just take out chunks for that down at the bottom area. So then like this one will be cracked up that direction. And we could have some of these chunks be a little bit more random. Right, we can just go into this view and kind of... I think that works. So then that egg would start cracking apart, and then, yeah. How'd you learn pixel art? The egg is awesome. I appreciate it. I honestly, I didn't really ever follow any like a whole lot of tutorials or anything. I mean, I would occasionally look at some videos just because it showed up on my recommended, but I never tried to do any kind of like seeking out like guides and stuff for how to draw. I think the biggest thing that helped me was actually doing pixel art commissions. I used to do a lot of those where I would get paid for doing art. And I don't know, that really helped me learn about pixel art because it just exposed me to so many different kinds of assets and stuff that I needed to create, you know? So it was a really good experience and getting better. It really is just at the end of the day, the more you draw, the better you will become at drawing, you know? Which people always love to look for like a quick shortcut, you know? Of like, this one secret will make you a professional at drawing, but it just doesn't work like that. I did commissions on Fiverr, although I would definitely never recommend Fiverr anymore because Fiverr sucks now. There's so much AI stuff on Fiverr, you basically can't compete anymore. The platform is terrible now. Don't use Fiverr. That's one of the big reasons I stopped using Fiverr, because I was like, wow, this is bad. But yeah. Here, I'm gonna go drop this into Godot so I can preview how this sprite looks. But I would probably recommend these days is just networking, you know, draw a lot and post about it on like, you know, Blue Sky or whatever, and mark on your account, commissions open. Because then you get more real people that way, not just people trying to, you know, I don't know, take advantage of you. That's really what it feels like sometimes on Fiverr. Because people go on there, just expect to just throw money at stuff and get exactly what they want without really putting in much effort and actually like working with you and figuring out what direction you want to take with stuff. You know, it's frustrating. Fiverr is it's a pretty terrible experience sometimes. But that's probably what I'd say. Egg cracking. So yeah, that'll work. It doesn't have to be anything super fancy. Now we can go back into the egg and modify it. Worst clients is that they don't know exactly what they want. Yeah. Because then it's kind of like this guessing game, and if you guess wrong, and then they're like, this is not what I wanted, and you have to read. It's stupid, yeah. If anybody out there is listening that is getting commission stuff, make sure that you actually, like, know what you want from the person that you're commissioning, right? Because it's so frustrating as the artist trying to just guess. I mean, obviously, we're going to help you. We're going to be like, what about this? What if we took this direction and stuff? Because we need to know what we want. But, like, it helps so much if you have a vision for what you actually want done. Everybody will be happier with the result. The person drawing the final art that you actually receive and stuff, you know. But yeah. I know it can be hard, you know, sometimes it's just you want to get your art done and you don't want to think about it too much, but yeah. I'm glad I don't do Fiverr anymore. It's very, like, grating, you know? Just every single day dealing with people angry because you didn't read their mind and stuff. So, I mean, you can definitely... Yeah, I'm doing this stupid, aren't I? I mean, you can definitely do commission stuff if you want to get more experience. There's nothing wrong with it, per se, but it's... Keep in mind, it's challenging sometimes. I should have done this on a separate layer. Post sword animation, cool. Check that out in a second. I did this terrible. Here, let's just undo everything. I'll just redo it, it's not a big deal. Okay. And let's just draw it from this perspective right now. At least start here so we can kind of like see where the cracks are and stuff, you know? See, like, it would make sense to do one there, because that's, like, the brighter part or whatever. So I think that's going to work. And we can choose which parts in here to brighten up, like this stuff. Just because how the lighting is already. We can check out your sword animation now. Nice, nice. Yeah, I mean, the only recommendation I would say is probably add a couple more frames on there. Just so it's a little smoother, but it's a good start. I'd like to do a couple of brighter spots here, like these. All right, now we can go through here and do like this stuff where we... So we have to make sure this stuff stays the same. Also like up there in the corners and stuff. And also on some of these points, we can go ahead and do like, we could start to like take chunks out of the egg, you know? So wait a minute. Oh, it's because that turns bright. Yeah, we have to be on the lookout for that, which is like in these areas where it's already dark. We don't really want to change that to be the darker color. Or the, whatever, the brighter color. I'm stupid. I can't talk. Alright, something like that. And now, yeah, let's also modify, like, these up here. So, like, that spot where it's starting to crack, we can, like, take chunks out, right? Because it just makes it look more three-dimensional. So thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Now we can go back on here and, well, honestly, I think that's mostly good. Probably add this pixel there, but otherwise I think we're good. Resave it. So now when we go in here, we can see that egg cracking. It's too slow. And I imagine, like, along with this, the egg cracking, we do like a little vibration thing. And then the next assets we need to do for the egg is we're gonna copy this sprite and make like a broken egg variation. Let's first delete this stuff. So I think we're just gonna cut like that. Keep it pretty like small, kind of on the ground. And we're gonna make it sharp and stuff. It's not just gonna be this perfect shape. Like that. Okay. Should be pretty much it. Then we just draw like a little bit of a circle thing down here. We can call this one Broken Egg. I guess we'll also finish out the outline up here. Like that. Call it Egg Broken. Okay, and then I'm gonna create a couple chunks that we can use as particles. So, egg. I'm gonna go now. Hope the rest of your stream goes well. Thank you very much. Thanks for popping in the stream. I appreciate it. Good luck with your pixel art stuff. I'm always here. If you've got questions about stuff, feel free to hop into a stream and ask away. Yo, thank you for the hydrate. So this is gonna be our egg chip. We're just gonna use one because too much work otherwise. Just like this. Yeah, I'm actually an egg, yeah. I don't know when I'm gonna hatch, but one of these days. What do you mean I don't know? So yeah, what we can do with this egg is that it starts to crack, shakes. We have a CPU particle with the egg chip, like this. These will be mapped to color, like this. Initial velocity. Lower the gravity. Angle, big. Actually, angle, we don't want to be that big. We need the, like, direction. That's what we want. -1, 0. More particles. Time, we make explosive. And then we randomize the angle like that. So this is how we do egg. So I'll send all these assets to Adagon, and I'm sure he can get it all worked out. Alrighty. So let's go make sure our changes are good and we don't cause any issues. So yeah, this one right here. Get out of here. Discard that change. We just want to add the assets. So we got egg. Egg broken. Egg cracking. Yeah, we're good. Okay, I'm just gonna make a new branch. And actually call it what I wanted. I mean, technically I should be absolutely fine to commit this because it only really adds stuff. It does change this one, but whatever. But I'll just call this add egg sprite. And let's make a pull request. So I'm just going to keep using the same branch if anybody's here from the team. Adagon actually, I think, is streaming now. Let's go see. Yeah, Adagon is actually doing stuff. Programming. So we'll raid out in a minute, actually, because we're approaching the 4-hour mark. So we want to pull from merge from branch into main. We add all the egg stuff. Add egg sprite. Bop. Create merge commit. Accidentally probably like deleted everything. No, I think we're fine. Gotta add more of the recent Starground tracks. I know, I need to do that. Yeah. I should get around to that. Alright, we got egg in here now, guys. Look at all these eggs. Let's go tell Adagon that egg is live.
255, I guess.
Oh god, that's loud, sorry.
Point 0, so it actually becomes a float. Added the expiries? Okay. I'm just adding in food right now.
Epic. Why are the shadows like white?
That is not working properly. Because I did not set, or I did not chain. Or the shadows white because I have a bug right now. Don't worry about that.
He's using color 255.
Should be fixed now? Never mind.
Yeah, that seems wrong.
Oh, it's because I did 255 instead of 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
Nice.
That's kind of what it's going to be, but it needs to be a lot smaller of an effect because it looks a bit weird right now.
All right. Anyways, we'll probably go raid Adagon in just a minute.
The shadow needs to shrink when the food goes up instead of expanding. Shadows expand when they go up.
Technically, they do, but
I originally had it like that, and I tested it with my hand, and the shadow increase when you go higher.
All
I
right.
think we'll do subtler.
We'll probably go right out of the so HLSL, the programming language that we're using here is GD script, like in the actual code. I did create a shader. Well, I didn't create it on this stream, but this shine shader or whatever, it just does like a line that goes across the sprite. But yeah. Whoa. It's an egg now. Oh, you're talking about the color stuff. With what Adagon's doing on the stream with like the doing this, saying color 1111 or whatever, because that's in RGBA. So the way that color works is it's float from 0 to 1, where 1 is full color and then 0 is black or whatever. So like doing 1111 means full R, full G, full B. So you end up with just pure white. And the alpha over here at the end is how transparent it is. So if you do like 0.1, that's 1/10 of the transparency. It's like 10%. And then 1 is full opaque. So yeah. That's what that's all about. Yeah, color's really good. Use that all the time for like modulating stuff. So like, for example, if I wanted to make this whole world fade out, I would change the modulate color like this. And that's all dealing with color vectors or color data types, whatever they are. Alrighty, I think we're gonna end stream here because we're kind of at a good stopping spot. But thank you everybody for coming in. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's good. We got a whole bunch of assets done. I do need to go contact the other artist, see what's going on with the snake stuff. But it's going good. We'll next be live Friday. Hopefully we have like a much more complete version of the game by then. But yeah. We're gonna go ahead and raid Adagon. Because believe it or not, he's working on the same game. So. But thank you everybody for coming in. Thanks again to everybody that raided in. I appreciate it. Oh no. Just ending stream. Welcome in. Willian, I do apologize. We're just about to end stream. But we can go ahead and really quickly go over what we worked on today. But what were you up to today on your stream? What's going on? So this is our game that we're working on. The whole concept here is it's kind of like Snake, you know, where you eat the food, but this is where you, in order to collect the food, you have to form like a loop. It's for a game jam. It's for GMTK 2025, where the theme is loop. So yeah, the whole thing here is there's gonna be food that spawn around the map, and then you circle around it, and it like grabs the food. So it's coming along. I am assigned the role of artist, so we're drawing a lot of stuff today mainly. But it's going good. We just drew this egg. We got some other versions and stuff of it, so it's gonna like crack and then shoot out some particles. But yeah. Working on a little 2D survival game. Hate to raid around, but my kiddos are dying to show me something. Yeah, no worries. We're just about to raid out anyways, but thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. Yeah, 2D survival game. That's awesome. Alright. Yeah, I do apologize to end the stream right as we get raided, but it is time. So we're gonna go raid Adagon. Adagon's also working on the same game. We're in the same team, so it's all good. You guys can see the same game being worked on. Alright. We're gonna get the raid started. Yeah, thank you gamers for coming in. Thanks again for all the raiders. Feel free to check out Starground on Steam if you want. That's the game I'm usually working on. Join the Discord if you want. And yeah, we'll next be live Friday around 3 p.m. MDT. working more on this game jam. So yeah, I think it'll be cool. All right, goodbye everybody. We'll see you all another time. Bye bye.